The question is on ordering the previous question on the amendment on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker,
Gentleman from Massachusetts.
I ask for the yeas and nays and a hearing aid for you.
It's the Homeless Left with Matt Weinglass, with guest co-host Harlan's Media's Kit CABELLO. Episode 119, Big Beautiful Palantir, and an all-new top censored news of the week. And here's your host, Matt Weinglass.
Here we go. Welcome, guys. Welcome, everyone, to the Homeless Left, the non-tribal approach to news. I'm your host, Matt Weinglass. We have a great show planned for you. We have some breaking news. We're going to be bringing in our guest co-host, Kit CABELLO, here in just a moment. I just want to welcome everyone to our channel, regular viewers, new viewers. If you guys found us on YouTube, found us on Rumble, thank you for being here. And we've been doing this thing for a little while now, and we know a lot of you guys have been there with us the whole way. And there's new people here, but we just want everybody to know what we're doing is we're coming from a non-tribal place to cover day-to-day events and how we look at the world, not part of a team. What do we mean by that? We mean that we don't bow down to a color or a party or a hero worshiping leader or any sort of group that tells you you have to check these boxes to come in the door. And they're going to show you the way out the door if you challenge anything, or if you have any questions. You're not allowed to raise your hand. Say, teacher, I have a question. There are no dumb questions is what they used to tell us. No, there are dumb questions. They're telling us to shut our mouths, get in line. If you challenge anything, the other team's going to get a point and we're going to lose. And that's the game they play with us, and they pit us on each other. We're not going to fall for that anymore. We're doing the job of actual journalism. The journalism has been captured. The real institution of journalism that used to be real doesn't exist anymore, but it's actually worse. It's actually worse than it not existing. We'd rather that it didn't exist. We'd rather that CNN, MSNBC, Fox News, ABC, CBS, we wish it would all just go away. That would actually be better off for us. Then we would just all understand that it doesn't exist. The problem is they're still on. And what they're doing is the opposite of journalism. They are doing propaganda. They are propagandists protecting the donor class, the billionaire class, the elite class, and they're pitting us against each other on purpose. They don't ask questions. They don't punch up. We punch up. What do we mean by that? Punching up means we challenge people in power. We don't give you the benefit of the doubt if you're somebody in power. If however you got there, whether you were elected there, whether you were born into it, whether somehow you managed to accumulate enough money to go beyond the multimillionaire class into the billionaire class, you need to be challenged. We will assume the worst until you prove us wrong. That's actually how journalism works. That's how it's supposed to work. We don't assume everything's on the up and up. Your job is to tell us everything's on the up and up and prove it. And then we'll go, oh, great, that checks out. Next story. But that's how we're going to do things here on this show. And we inspire you to do the same thing. And don't fall for the name calling. Don't fall for the conspiracy theorist, Putinist, anti-Semitic. Don't fall for that stuff. Keep asking questions. Keep punching up. The Homeless Left, we happen to come from the left. That's where we began. Now we're here. You might have started somewhere else and felt exactly how we feel. And now you're here too. So this space is for everyone. It's not just for lefties, although we believe in certain values that have been taken away. They don't really exist in any party anymore. We don't have a left party in this country. But we can relate more to you than we can to anybody that has a blue check next to their name. We can relate way more to you. So welcome everyone who feels like they're ready to take off those tribal goggles and start using their critical thinking skills again. Welcome to the Homeless Left. today, like I said, we're going to be bringing in Kit CABELLO, Hard Lens Media here just a moment. And the only other thing I'll say is this. If you found us on YouTube, we were calling it our burner channel, THL Presents, because the homeless left, because THL, as you can see up here in the corner, THL stands for the homeless left. We had to start a burner channel, THL Presents, because the homeless left on YouTube was terminated, not demonetized, not punished, not given a strike, although we got plenty of strikes. We were terminated. You can't find it. But what you can find is this channel right here. This is the channel that you can find right now. And if you're there right now, we are announcing officially that we have monetized the channel. I don't know how we did it. I'm very perplexed about it. It's very strange. Any day they can pull the plug again. And we'll be ready for that. And if they do, we'll just come back with another channel with another name, because like Michael Scott says in The Office, I'll never run out of names. So we'll just keep going. But for now, let's take the mini celebration, the mini win, and say, here we are. Hopefully that helps with our algorithm with them. And so you guys, we've opened up the super chats. The options are there, super sticker, super thanks, all that stuff. It goes a real long way. We're certainly going to focus on that today. We're going to bring Leslie in later on. We're going to be doing some talking back that's engaging with you, our Rumble audience, our YouTube audience. But yeah, first priorities to for sure the super chat, super sticker, super thanks. And I think we can do the Rumble rants as well on Rumble. So all that, you guys know how it works. So thank you everyone for joining us today. Let's go ahead and we got some breaking news for you. We're going to get to that in a second, but let's go ahead right now and bring in our guest co-host for today. You know him, you love him, friend of the show, partner in the things that we do by punching up. He does it. We do it from here in LA. He does it from Chicago. Welcome back to the show, Kit CABELLO, Hard Lens Media.
Yo. Am I seen there yet? Yes, there we go. Hey, everybody. So good to be back. Loving the homeless left. Loving what you're doing on Rumble. And, I just was on the show, did my own show earlier this morning. Tried to take a quick little power nap, but then I realized, if I fall too deep into sleep for a cat nap, then all of a sudden I'm going to miss out on the Matt Weinglass show, and I'm not going to miss out on the homeless left or anything of that nature. I know I'm filling in for Pasta right now. And let me just tell you something. Pasta, if you're watching, I love you, brother. I can't fill in your shoes, but I'll try my very best to hold my candle up to you. So there you go. Nothing but love. And I want you to have a safe weekend. And Matt, thank you for the privilege here. Shout out to the audience. Please, people, as a favor for me, if you're a Hard Lens Media audience member, please share this link, Rumble link, YouTube link on social media. It boosts up the algorithm and rhyme. Matt does a very good show. And I agree with the work that he's doing. So as a favor for me, please help out Matt Weinglass, because he has helped me out and people have helped me out, and I believe in return back the favor. So if you're a Hard Lens Media supporter, you're going to share this video on social media and tag the homeless left, as you should.
That's great, Kit. This is what it's about. It's the pay it forward. I love it. You do such a good job with that. It's contagious. Guys, it is contagious. The way we behave, the way we treat each other, the way we treat, our colleagues, our friends, our family, even people that we don't necessarily agree with on anything, we treat with the same respect. Guess what? It comes back to us. I know. Isn't that a crazy idea? Something we still learned in.
Look, personally, on a personal note, there's Mike from No Sound Bites. He's a conservative Republican, and there's Larry Sharp, who's a libertarian. They have given me kindness. I'll return back to them too. I may not agree with them on all the issues, but I will remember people who have helped me and stood by my side. So you do right by me, I'm going to do right by you. I know Larry was on Chrissy Mayr's show the other day. So you know what? Yeah. Boom. Nothing but love for people. So that's why I'm here for you, Matt, because you're here for me. And that not to mention, anytime I can help out Pasta, much love to him too. So there you go. So I think we got a great show, and there's a lot of topics to talk about. But Matt, you're the captain and I'm the co-pilot. So let's go.
Well, I think it's a good one to start on right here, because and it's just the timing works out. Sometimes we start our show and we get breaking news, and I think
I love that.
We got some breaking news today. So let's play the intro. Here we go. We have some breaking news for you guys. The House passes Trump's massive war spending bill. Oh, yeah, you heard it. That's what we're calling it. We heard all the other names. We heard the big, beautiful bill. We've heard the big BS bill. We've heard a lot of names for this thing. And I think it was Jamie Cheeseslice. He, on the ones and twos, he said he thinks this is going to be known. History is going to know it as, what did he say? The
Death of America bill.
The Death of America bill. That, you know what? I can't argue with that one. That sounds like it might end up going this way. So let's look at what this just went down. Do we have the link? Did we grab that? Jamie, do you have it?
Yes.
Here we go.
I think we go.
There
Here
it
we
is.
go. Yeah.
There it is. Trump's big, beautiful bill. Blitz, carrots, sticks, and a July 4th victory. Wow. What theater working out. You can't script this any better. Well, it sounds like it was scripted. The president spent nearly a full day pushing his domestic policy bill across the finish line in the House. Now the White House is planning a victory tour. Of course they are. This is very television star reality show of him. This is insane because this thing went all through the night. And what we heard, Kit, we heard so many back and forth about how this was unfolding. There were people saying this is dead in the water. It was going to happen in the middle of the night. Then the Republicans were getting scared. They backed off. They were afraid of Trump. Let's right now. I just want to talk through a couple of the things that happened and just in the last 48 hours, so people know how this is working, because it started in the House a few weeks ago and passed the first round. And that's when we got word that there was some really shady stuff in this thing. Like the AI clause in there that says that the states have, for 10 years, states cannot amend anything to do with AI in this bill. And then we heard people like Marjorie Taylor Greene speak up and say, I wish I knew that. I wouldn't have voted for it. So, okay, well, it went from the House to the Senate. And then this was just under 48 hours ago. The Senate basically passed it after a marathon voting session. And then it was headed back to the House, which it just passed right now. In the interim, and I want to look up. I want to look to see the update on Elon, but he was insanely furious 2 days ago when he said every member of Congress who campaigned on reducing government spending and then immediately voted for this biggest debt increase in history should hang their heads in shame, and they will lose their primary next year if it's the last thing I do on this earth. So he's playing the quote unquote Trump card when he says, I'm going to do what's in my power to punish you for voting on something like this. So, and then he follows it up with this. I don't know if you saw this one, Kit, that he says, if this goes through, which looks like it just did, the American Party is what he's going to form, because Elon thinks our country finally is in need of an alternative to a Democratic Republican uniparty so people can actually have a voice. What an amazing idea. We never thought of that one before, but it looks like he might be doing this as of today. That's what it looks like to me.
Well, I'm actually looking at the social media account of Elon Musk on X, and I see no comment as of yet. But I do find it hilarious that Elon Musk is open to the idea of a third party, Greens, Libertarians, and all the other third parties I've ever had on my show. I guess they didn't get the memo. So what I would say to Elon is like, look, you funded Donald Trump. You should know who he is. And look, Matt, again, stop me at any point. This is your show.
Yeah, go for it.
But, you know, I recently did a movie review of The Apprentice, which came out on Apple TV. No, it is inexcusable for anyone that has been following politics to not only see The Apprentice, but also all of the time Donald Trump has actually been in physical media. No one should be surprised by his actions. Elon Musk, you gave money to this man's campaign. Did you really think you're going to have absolute control with somebody with this amount of ego? This is rather shocking and embarrassing that, you know, you have people who are shocked and surprised that Trump is going to do this and then screw over the people who might have given him a push or money. All right. And the other issue is that you're saying you want an American party. Well, okay, that sounds good on paper, but there's a whole political system that's designed to prevent third parties and independents from being on the ballot, from being on the debate stage. And that means you're spending a good chunk of your capital dealing with I was going to say Illinois state law. Sorry. That's so much PTSD covering third parties in Illinois. That's like, oh yeah, Illinois. But there's Illinois and other states that are just as draconian, some maybe less. You have to deal with those state laws than the federal laws. And I'm not saying it can't be done, but you helped fund this. You helped Trump get to office. And yes, it was inevitable that Trump was going to win. The Democrats ran a piss poor campaign. But the fact that the big, beautiful bill did happen and that the Republicans had control of the Senate and the House, no one should be surprised that this is going to be Trump's first big win, but there's a price to it, and that means Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security disability insurance, and other social safety net programs like SNAPs and everything else. A lot of Americans could very well get hurt, or either that people are going to struggle even more so now more than ever. And every decision a person makes now is wondering, well, gee, can I pay my bill? Gee, can I put food in my stomach? Gee, can I put gas in my car? These are going to be a lot of things, and there's a price tag to this, and it's going to be a survival mindset that all of us are going to have. Plus, there's the genie in the bottle of AI. Look, artificial intelligence is not going to be regulated for 10 years. We don't really know the absolute power of AI fully unleashed. And from the stories that I've covered, and one that I did with the Post-Duopoly show was Due Dissidence, was Russell and then Nick from RBN. Look, we were talking about a story where this one artificial program was released in a, I guess, outside environment, even though it was a controlled environment. And when the operators told it to stop doing malicious things, it refused. I don't think we're prepared to go prepared for the price of AI unregulated, and actually, should it escape, what it could potentially do to not only our identities, but our livelihoods in a world that is, well, not ready for a very different future. 10 years from now, what will it look like? Will you and I be having a conversation like, remember before AI took over, Matt? I mean, that is a situation that has me deeply concerned.
Yeah, no. And I said, I'll cut that in half to 5 years. I think just surviving to 2030 seems to be the name of the game right now. Can we even get through the next 5 years? This thing is the AI technology. It is rapidly, exponentially taking over the way we even, look at our lives and how we function on this planet. To a point we're not even going to, there's no way we're even going to keep up with it. Not just in a mental, spiritual way, but even just in a economic way, and just how we even get through the day when everything in our face is based on targeted propaganda that is personalized to us, and we have to be smarter than it. And we have to, and this is why we do these shows. This is why we do this, guys. And you guys watching us right now is why, because we have to educate ourselves and condition ourselves. This is our gym training time. We have to be training every day for the big fight. And the big fight is we're going to wake up. You're going to be in a ring with Apollo Creed, and he's going to kick your ass. That's AI if you're not prepared, fully prepared for this battle. So we have to condition our critical thinking minds. How are we going to fight back? Because that's the way I think we do it, kid, is we make sure we get those tribal goggles off, and we go full force with critical thinking. That's what we have to do.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
absolutely. And the thing is, we cannot, here's the thing. I don't want to give credit to Democrats because, we got to remember, here's what's going to happen. Now that the big, beautiful bill has passed, you better believe that the Democrats are going to be propagandized and going to be running on, you got to help us get in the office so we can reverse this, which they're not going to do. They have a track record of talking that big game and then not doing the Uno reverse card. I think the Republicans are going to be paying the price for it politically in 2026. Democrats could potentially, they have a strong likelihood to take over the House. Maybe there's a potential where they could get the Senate, or it's the Senate split 50-50. But should they even get control of the Senate and House, or either that they control one chamber and maybe half the other chamber, they're not going to reverse it. They're not going to reverse it. And they're going to be talking this game of, let's bring in this blue wave, and it's not going to change a thing. I want everyone to understand, not to be gloom and doom, but this is the only way to get people involved now. Once people start suffering, and once there's enough blood in the street, once you hear enough stories about people just losing everything, then you're going to have an active, involved populace, which again could be at risk of being hijacked by Democrats by saying, make our lives better. And then we all go back to sleep thinking that the Democrats will help us. They will not reverse it. These changes will not happen. And it's not going to be electoral politics that's going to get us out of it. Citizen ballot initiatives, third parties, independents, movements and organizations not connected to DC, mutual aid. That's what's going to get us out of this fight. And if we don't, just remember, folks, in case independent media is censored, because we could not be here talking this way, you have to carry on that torch. And remember, everything that we have said here, you have to be your own voice in your community. That means you have to step up. If you're watching this show right now, prepare yourself to be a leader. Prepare to hold community meetings and sit down with people face to face. Break the barriers. Talk to people who might be politically different than you, because this is all going to screw us over. And if you think the Democrats controlling the House and Senate in 2026 is what's going to save the day, they can't reverse this. This is permanent. It's here to stay.
Before we move on this, because I do want to spend some time on Palantir. That's the thing that nobody on the left knows. But you brought up the Democrats' response to this, and like we have to. This is where we need to be the loudest right now with people that we know are coming from a good place, but they're not getting the full story. So we'll get to Palantir in a moment. But first, this is the kind of thing we're seeing before this thing passed. We're seeing these are like lefty accounts that are putting this up. And there's nothing wrong. I mean, all of this is stuff to shout about. Cutting Medicaid by $6.25 billion, cutting SNAP by $300 billion, cutting student aid by $351 billion. And you know what? This tripled the budget of ICE. That's important. But I don't know if they fully understand the connection ICE has with Palantir, and the fact that this is the reason we're calling this Trump's massive war bill is because overall, underneath all of this is the war agenda, war, AI, surveillance state agenda. That's the main thrust. So we can talk about Medicaid, SNAP, and student aid, but make no mistake, these things have been cut before. And I want to remind people, I don't have the image in front of me, but I'm going to tell you guys, if you don't remember this, when we were all in lockdown in 2020, 2021, Biden comes into office, and we had this upward transfer of wealth. They say we couldn't even see the paper trail of it. It was up to $5 trillion. The CARES Act, which passed in 2020. And sometime between that point and Biden took office, we had at least 50 million people taken off of Medicaid. That happened. So where were your voices then? Now, I'm not saying this is horrible, but try to understand the perspective here that it's not, we need to vote blue down the ticket. We got to vote blue down the ticket. That's so what you're saying is very, very important, because it's not just get rid of this uniquely evil orange guy and then everything will go back to normal. That's not how this is going to go. We have to do better than this. And if you notice on this list, and you see the ones, the go-tos, the Planned Parenthood, that's always been a thing. Get rid. That's what the Republicans always wanted to do, that stuff. So there's a lot of horrible stuff on here. Notice what's not on this list, Kate. You don't have the Democrats shouting at the top of their lungs about the military spending.
Yeah,
we have now added $320 billion more to our war spending. That has happened as of right now, and nobody is. I don't want to say nobody, but it doesn't seem to be the first thing out of the mouths of Democrats. Have you noticed the same thing? They're not talking about that.
Well, the reason why is because, they, first of all, they need that money, baby. They need that money for their new house. New cars can't buy themselves. I mean, come on, these Democrats are politicians too. Plus, they're investors. They're doing that insider trading. Look, I need everyone to understand, and I think, and this is no disrespect to Gen Z, but I think boomers, Xers, and millennials are going to be the last generation to remember maybe a time when there was possibly upward mobility, when there was a time when your work was put in, you can live a good life, go on vacation, all that good stuff. Right now, the world that's going to be left behind, and I think Gen Z will just be on the cusp. Like they see that there was something there, and then after Gen Z, it's going to be nothing but like struggle, because now we're going to be entering into an economy to where, okay, you got these corporate tech overlord guys who are foaming at the mouth, jumping up and down, all excited because they get AI to do robots, automation, artificial intelligence, to do work that normally people would be doing, okay? There isn't going to be a world left for working class people. There isn't going to be an economy left for people to do anything. You have latte drinking liberals all excited that now there's AI at a McDonald's restaurant so they can order their hamburger and have some robot person, robot automation, to serve them their burger. You're going to have people who are going to just not notice that there's millions of people unemployed, and that's the world that we're going to be walking into if this is what's truly going to happen. Worst case scenario. Plus, not to mention somebody loses their Medicaid or Medicare, or even Social Security. I mean, that's a heavy loss to them. People losing SNAP benefits. A person can only take so much to where they either snap and act violent, or they snap and fall into despair. And I got to be careful because you're on YouTube, where they could just self-harm, self-delete. Yeah. And then there's also the aspect of what is the incentive of even having a family or going to college? Like this is what's going to cause like a decrease in people wanting to, I guess, live a life. And I'm not saying no one's not going to want to live, but it's just, this is a very, there's a lot of uncertainty here. And I don't think anybody realizes the price that's going to have to be paid. And it's a human price. So everyone needs to be aware of overall the cost. And then there's the debt that we're going to be giving to the next generation, the debt that is not their fault, but they'll be born into it. So to everyone who might be excited about the big, beautiful bill, okay, you got to win. Are you prepared for the price for it? And what happens when one day you're not part of that club and you're outside with the rest of us, Paul folk?
Yeah, exactly. I'm actually going to follow up with this right now because I think people need to see the connection here. And maybe this is enough. Maybe this is enough to get some lefties really angry about this beyond the Medicare and beyond. I mean, of course, again, it's horrible. That's a horrible SNAP student aid all cut. But this part, look, okay, this is the mass surveillance under Palantir. And that's Alex Karp. If you guys don't know, Alex Karp up in this picture, Palantir, the tech companies, ties to U.S. military, ICE, and the IDF. Wow, look at that. Palantir's reach now extends throughout the government and across borders, creating an unprecedented apparatus of control. Since Trump's return to office, the company has secured massive new contracts, including the initial $480 million for Project Maven, the Pentagon's AI drone targeting system, which has now expanded to $1.3 billion. $30 million for Immigration OS. That's the ICE immigrant tracker, and contracts for the Space Force's C2 data platform. You think this is nothing to do with the current administration and what they're been pushing? You think this has nothing to do with the ICE raids we had here in LA? You think that the targeting of people through this AI system? Stephen Miller knows how financially profitable this is because he has stake in the company helping ICE with deportations. So we've seen all the signs in the streets. We've seen the abolish ICE. And those are great signs, but I think we've gone up to people. They never even heard of Palantir. They don't know that's the actual system in place, which also is the system that the IDF uses to target and murder children and women. And it's the technology they used to go into Iran unprovoked, as we know. So look, this is the guy, Alex Karp, again. He says the U.S. is very likely, and this is from WikiLeaks, the U.S. will very likely fight a three-front war against Russia, China, and Iran. Palantir's Alex Karp says the CIA-funded data mining company Palantir is supplying Israel's military and intel agencies with AI systems which generate target at an unprecedented rate. Okay, so if you've heard this guy speak, do you guys want to hear the latest thing he's just so we can have a sense of how insane this guy and this company, which now, because of this bill that just passed, is now going to have even more control and going to be basically the private company that's going to be in charge of all the government agencies and keeping everybody in one big fat database. This is what Alex Karp has as far as plans for what he sees in this future, and he tells it to an entire room of what his, I guess he says, his smaller purposes. You think I'm kidding? Watch what Alex Karp says about his smaller purpose. You're not going to believe this.
Higher purpose. And I also think you often need a lower purpose. Like the higher purpose for me.
What's a lower purpose?
Well, I love the idea of getting a drone and having light fentanyl laced, urine spraying on analysts who tried to screw us. So that's my lower purpose. And, yeah, and others. But the higher purpose for me was to get this nation to be the preeminent power in the world, because whatever faults we have, they're nothing like anyone else's.
Whatever faults we have, they're nothing like anyone else's. So all of our enemies will pay the price for challenging, stepping to us, having any critique. People like Kit CABELLO and Matt Weinglass might be a problem if we have a critique. So
we're gonna be lined up against the wall, Matt. I'll see you up there against the wall, man. Hey, listen, we'll leave beautiful corpses. How does that sound? There you go.
Here we are. Welcome to dystopian, Terminator 2 meets Minority Report. By the way, Minority Report, I referenced that because that's also part of the technology, not just targeting people who they're saying are doing crimes, the crime of free speech, the crime of free Palestine is a hate crime. No, we're talking about pre-crime. Like, it literally, pre-crime is we've targeted you as somebody who will potentially do something horrible against this country. So we're going to take care of you now before you do it. That's the world we live in now. Kit, what do we do about this? And is it even worth like shouting about this? Are the Democrats going to hear this part, or they're still stuck on Medicaid and SNAP?
Disregard the Democrats. The Democrats are worthless, all right? It's like a pecker on the Pope, okay? Sorry, no offense to the current eminence. Much love to him. He's a South Sider, okay? But let's be clear. These Democrats are not going to give a damn. They want that Palantir money too. They want good billionaires. David Hogg learned that lesson the hard way. That's why they kicked them out. And so you're hearing the CEO, and you know something? The way he just even mentioned that, urine-laced fentanyl sprayed on by a drone on all these analysis and other people that got him upset. That sounds like something that you'd hear from Mountainhead, which is a great movie, or he's that from Succession. Like, you're hearing these rich, out-of-touch people try and make a joke, and it's just like, excuse me, but that doesn't kind of make any sense here. Why you're creating something in a big surveillance state that, in the wrong hands, and as we've seen it before with NSA or the CIA or the FBI, all the surveillance technology will be abused and take away more of our rights. So I don't want to hear this talk of, oh, we're free, because you know what? They already got us. Here's a smartphone. Hi, Bob. Hi, Philip. Those are my FBI handlers. Hey, Sam. Hey, Hank. Those are my CIA handlers. John, Billy. Those are my NSA handlers. So, like, there comes a point to where it's either people step up and don't go to the Democrats and actually do something, or either that we keep on voting for this. Because remember, there's no way this is going to be reversed. Everything that was just passed right now is going to be permanent. The Democrats, AOC, all of them are going to talk a big game, but unless they get a supermajority in the House and Senate, and there's going to be people really laying down the pressure, okay, fine. But I fell for this game before because I'm seeing all this hype around Zohran Mamdani, and it's like, it's one mayoral candidate who won a primary. The Democrats are slowly embracing him because of how he faced off against Trump. But remember, he's a Democrat. Remember, these people are Democrats. If they wanted to do something good, they would have done it already. Now let's talk about Planned Parenthood. Where are the protests that were supposed to last day in, day out if Roe v. Wade was going to be overturned? I'm still waiting. But, oh, wait, that happened under a Democrat.
Yep.
Well, now you got Trump in. Where are the protests lasting day in, day out? But don't worry, tomorrow, because I forgot, and I'm glad I forgot. But then I was reminded live on air on my show, oh, yeah, there's going to be a No Kings March July 4th. Yep. Whoop the frickin' do. Another 2. One, right? 2. Another 1.
Yeah. Yeah, the sequel.
So I'm supposed to automatically just say, okay, Democrats, great, save us. They can't save they can't reverse this unless there is a massive political movement and putting pressure on the Democrats, which, again, putting pressure on the Democrats mean nothing. They want that billionaire money. They want that Palantir money. They want that Elon Musk money. They want that Zuckerberg money. They want the Bezos money, okay? That's what's going to happen. The Republicans are going to accept the loss, and either the Democrats get a majority in the House, maybe half the Senate or whatever. But then, guess what? Ring, ring, ring. Those U.S. Democrats and U.S. Senator and House Representative Democrats are going to get a phone call from their donors, and they're going to be told to shut up and know their role. And that's it. That's just what we're going to witness here. This is an extreme danger to our own privacy. We've been sold out. And then our saviors are going to become flying in saying they're going to save us, but then automatically they're going to have an excuse of, well, here's why we can't do this. And this is because of X, Y, and Z, and 1, 2, 3.
Yeah. And there's a reason that the people in the streets don't know about the war problem, because their party is also funding it, and they have the capture of the billionaire class that's telling them the signs, the things they're allowed to say, the groups that are allowed to be in the streets. So make no mistake, you go out to No Kings 2.0 tomorrow or over the weekend, you're basically going to be told, you can bring what you want, but you're not going to see any groups that align with your message of anti-war. They're not going to see any, down with Palantir. You're allowed to say stop ICE, but that's about it. The main thing is you're allowed to say, they want you to say, is stop King Trump. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
That's the messaging. Meanwhile, a bill like this passes, and it's going to get more people, probably a lot of people out in the street, more than they thought so, for No Kings 2.0. But they're not going to be calling this thing the war spending debacle, which it ended up being. So, if you guys are just joining us right now and you just got word, this is the breaking news that House has passed Trump's massive war spending bill. We're calling it a massive war spending bill. I'm just going to do one more thing on this because we have a lot of stuff to get to. But Kit, this was, I have to credit Fiorella. I was on with her with Truthwire, and she did an exceptional job at going specifically to this part of the spending let me see if I can zoom in. Oh, I'm having a hard time on this doc. I don't know if you guys can see that, but this is the money that's going from the bill that just passed. The AI, the weapons part 1, there's 145 million for AI enabled one-way attack drones. There's 250 million for cyber command AI development. There's 124 million for test resource management center AI, 2 billion for defense innovation unit, DIU, for military use. There's 500 million to prevent delays in these systems, these drones and robots. There's 1.5 billion for low-cost cruise missiles, likely AI guided. So Palantir's not mentioned here, but they're getting all the contracts. That's what's happening here.
They will.
You got the space and surveillance, all this money, billions for this. You got DARPA, cutting edge tech. It's the reason I'm giving Fiorella a lot of credit here, because she had to go through this thing. It's countless pages. We know that none of the congressmen read it all. There's no way they did. To pull this out took a lot of work. So good on her for doing the work for us. But this is where all that's going. There's over 320 billion here broken down to you. You're not going to get any more details in this. They're not going to tell you who's getting the contracts, but we know who it is. We know it's Palantir for most of it. So we got all this cutting edge tech, missile defense, hypersonic missile defense technology, Israel, Indo-Pacific focus. There's all this military stockpiles, infrastructure, army exercises in the Western Pacific. What? Deterrence versus China. So there's a whole mess of cash for deterrence against China. You got cyber and electronic warfare. You got naval and unmanned systems, just billions of dollars going to this stuff. Look at this, number 8, nuclear modernization. Wow. And of course, you got to do border militarization as well. That's the one they love. They love that one. The $1 billion for DoD border operations. Again, this is detention of migrants, military bases. This is all AI technology being put towards this type of stuff. So we're pretty screwed here. I just wanted people to know that this was the breakdown that nobody in Congress got. They didn't take time with this. And frankly, I don't think they care. And I'm going to remind people, it was Marjorie Taylor Greene who said, I didn't know about that AI clause. Otherwise, I wouldn't have voted for it. Well, you knew about all of the war spending. You were okay with that. You just didn't want the clause. So let's be clear. You were fine with all of this. So, and the Democrats are fine with it too, because they get their Ukraine money still. They get to keep, like you said, Kit, they get to keep funneling their money into their,
they're invested into it.
So they're not going to stop. They're not going to say this part's wrong. They're going to be in the street for SNAP and Medicaid. They're not going to talk about this. So kudos to Fiorella for breaking this down for us. But we need you guys to have this information. If you think going out this weekend is important, do it. Put on a free Palestine, get your free Palestine gear, and get the Stop Palantir gear and go out and have conversation with people. If you think that's your best use of time, do that. But challenge this crap about, oh, King Trump, we have to stop him because he's uniquely evil. No, the entire system's evil. They all want war, and they all want AI surveillance state and everybody in a supercomputer database, which is where we're headed right now as of this bill passing today.
Yeah. By the way, again, folks, who do you think is going to be paying for it? Not only will it be you, but it'll be your children, your children's children, and your children's children. That's who's going to be paying for it. And the price of this bill is the loss of a lot of things that we've been comfortable with. No one should be surprised that the military is going to get a lot of the funding and that all the social programs are going to get the cuts. I would say that the only person who actually had real legit criticism and actually had real arguments against it was, again, I think Senator Rand Paul, and then, of course, Representative Thomas Massie, who is now going to be facing the backlash. And I would have to say to Rand Paul and Thomas Massie, at this point, the way the GOP is declaring war on you, I mean, I get why they're in the Republican Party, but it's either, hey, take over the Libertarian Party and maybe actually try and build something there or whatever. But at this point, there's only been one person actually had a real strong, coherent reason and explaining the real danger, and that is Thomas Massie. No disrespect to Senator Rand Paul, it's just Thomas Massie's been the front and center about explaining overall the price that we have to pay for it. And while I will have my disagreements with Thomas Massie, he's been the only one that has really warned people, and he's going to be that person in all those disaster films who said they saw something coming, nobody listened to them, and then boom. But then again, we're in the same boat too with him, so nobody listened to us because we're all being censored. Isn't that nice?
We
technically have an excuse. Like, oh, you guys knew? How come? Oh, because we're censored. We're censored. Oh, and YouTube is going to be making some more change. You better believe that once these changes go in there too with AI, you better believe that all these firms like Google, YouTube, everybody, Facebook, X, they're going to be embracing these AI programs. And anyone that's not part of the mainstream narrative, good luck finding us.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that email from Google YouTube that's going to say, we detected that your future content is going to be dangerous.
Yeah.
We thought we'd that's it. When that happens, it's over, man. It's over. Yeah. You're going to get we decided to take your channel down. We demonetize your channel because you came up in our system as somebody who potentially in the future are going to do something dangerous. Oh my God, that's coming. That's the next thing.
That's the next thing. Clownfish TV, they did a great video talking about how YouTube doesn't like you anymore and doesn't want you anymore. And YouTube is set to replace television. And the thing is, that is true. But if you think YouTube is going to be paying smaller creators, and look, hey, we're Harlan's Media, while we have I think a decent sized subscriber count, we've been in YouTube jail so many times. I know for a fact that I'm preparing for it, and it's really going to suck when we're just done, like bleeding out, bleeding out in the streets, because they're going to do this to a lot of content creators. They're going to be dismissing people. And again, it's because of the all-in trust for AI. And what happens then to the people who think they're in control and their AI decides to say, I don't like you either. Remember, Ultron was on the internet for 5 minutes and realized that the whole world had to go. He didn't do Thanos like, oh, it's got to be half. Ultron was like, all right, I got to go.
All right, man. This has been quite a show so far. Welcome everyone. If you're just joining us, we covered the breaking news on the big beautiful bill has gone through the House. It's official. So we're looking forward to Elon's next American party he's going to start. Can't wait for that one. But in the meantime, you guys know we usually like to start the show with on Thursdays. We like to start the show with our top censored news of the week. So I think we're gonna go ahead and get to that. Kit, you ready to do that? Ready to do some top censored news?
Let's go, Ghostbusters.
Let's do it. I'm setting it up right now. Let's go. Hold on. I'll get the banner on. Here we are. Here we go. All right, guys. Here we go for some top censored news. Uncanceled Comedy Collective presents Top Censored News of the Week. It's time for Top Censored News of the Week. We're bringing you the stories the mainstream media just refuses to cover. If they do cover them, they always do it in a dishonest or sloppy way, and it's always on purpose. I'm here with co-host for today, Kit Cabello, Heartlands Media. We're going to get into the top 3 stories that you may not have heard of, and that was by design. Coming in at number 3, 100 BBC staff pen an open letter saying we were forced to do pro-Israel propaganda. Wow, that's quite an admission there. We can take a little closer at this. So this just broke this morning. Here we go. The BBC staff says we're forced to do pro-Israel PR. A devastating letter signed by over 100 BBC journalists underlines one of the great scandals of our age. This is a devastating intervention. More than 100 BBC employees have written a letter to the Director General, Tim Davie, complaining that the corporation has become a mouthpiece for Israel. Well, you don't say. It was also signed by 300 other journalists and media professionals. One of them was yours truly. So this is the author here. I did not put it. Actually, you know what? It's down here at the bottom. There it is. It's Owen Jones. This is his Substack or whatever. It's called Battle Lines. So he's reporting, and he was personally part of this as well. Okay. It was also signed. Okay. The BBC employees, as you would expect, are all anonymous. Oh, well, there's the rub. There's the rub. All of them were anonymous because otherwise they would face grave consequences to their careers because, as we know, they're all careerists. That's why they couldn't tell us who they were, but at least they did the letter. Let's look a little bit at some of the highlights of the letter. We're writing to express our concerns over opaque editorial decisions and censorship at the BBC on the reporting of Israel-Palestine. We believe the refusal to broadcast this documentary. So there's a documentary, Gaza Medics Under Fire, which BBC refused to air because of a agenda-driven decisions. It demonstrates once again the BBC is not reporting without fear or favor when it comes to Israel. It goes on to note the decision not to broadcast the investigation was taken by BBC management despite the content being signed off in accordance with BBC guidelines and editorial policy. It appears to be a political decision, adding that the BBC response shows the organization is crippled by fear of being perceived as critical of the Israeli government. Now, why would they be afraid of that? I don't know. Well, this is a letter that passed every single BBC internal check. So no factual errors are alleged. The only other BBC documentary which focused on the apocalyptic plight of the Palestinian people were taken down as a result of a hysterical pro-Israel campaign. And we know that that documentary, we actually highlighted it here. It's called The Settlers, which is literally the settlers, the occupiers, telling us exactly what they thought, what their mindset was, and how they felt about Palestinians. That was the whole movie. And yet they still revolted and said, you can't have this on the channel. So the BBC took it down. The bottom paragraph, the letter emphasizes the signatories were not asking the BBC to take a side, but just allowed the BBC journalists to do their jobs, delivering the facts transparently with due context. They note one striking failure. As an organization, we have not offered any significant analysis of the UK. Now it gets this is a little more deeper. We've not held the UK government's involvement in the war on Palestine accountable, as if the UK had nothing to do with the situation we see now. If we fail to report on weapons sales or their legal implications, these stories have instead been broken by other news outlets. Moving ahead, okay, at the bottom here, we'll cut to the bottom. This hasn't happened by accident, rather by design. Much of the BBC's coverage in the area is defined by anti-Palestinian racism. And the final page here, there's one more excerpt I thought was important for people to hear. For more than a year now, we've been aware that the BBC's news output is out of step with reality. Audiences are being asked not to believe their own eyes and ears. Anyone with a phone has seen the footage coming out of Gaza and the West Bank, yet BBC News has tied itself in knots with notions of complexity. Why have we taken a clear position on Ukraine and Russia when we fail confidently assert facts when it comes to the Palestinian people. We raised these concerns so many times, and we have not been listened to. We are speaking out because we must serve audiences better.
Yeah.
What do you make of this confession letter, I suppose, that has no signatures, by the way, signed anonymous?
Oh, yeah. 100 people sign anonymous. You know what it is? People's conscience is eating away at them. I can't wait for ABC, CBS, MSNBC, NBC, CNN, and everyone else, and every editorial in the United States, Great Britain, Canada, to be doing the same thing too, eventually. And it's just like, okay, great. You said it now. Explain it to the dead. I know, seriously, go ahead. Talk it over to the dead. You know, it wasn't too long ago last year where there was an article by the New York Times, surprising that it even got passed by the New York Times, that, you know, hey, that they knew that some kind of attack was going to go down sometime before October 7th. So no other follow-up was that. The dead are still dead. There's clearly, again, civilians getting hurt by governments playing these games with people. And I don't see, like, this letter isn't going to bring peace in the Middle East. It's not going to cause a ceasefire, because it won't. I think what this is just people's consciences getting the better of them, and they're like, wow, if we said something sooner, maybe. If something was done sooner, maybe. If we were more objective. And again, even if they were more objective, nothing was going to stop it. But then maybe people wouldn't be having the internal guilt for keeping quiet for the last 2 years. So this is, I don't know, what do they want, dude? Do they want everyone to say, okay, BBC, we forgive you? I mean, are people at CBS, ABC, NBC, CNN going to be expecting the same thing? Like, what do you want? Like, okay, we forgive you? No, like, the dead are still dead. The war is still happening. You have a social responsibility to be objective to all sides, to give the people the real news, and you didn't do it. And so now 100 people anonymously, because they don't want to lose their job. And I get it. You don't want to lose your job. You're doing this, but this is just a faceless, no signed letter.
Yeah.
You want to know who else is faceless? The dead. You know, I just was seeing on X another dead kid. I just saw on X a man crying because he can't feed his kids. I saw a mother over the body of her dead son. I'm seeing a father cry over his dead daughters. I'm seeing kids cry over their parents. I'm seeing one kid walking alone because his parents are all dead. His family's all dead. So, you know, I mean, great. Thank you for the apology letter. Maybe it'll help you sleep at night, but the faces of the dead will make sure you stay awake.
Do you think the Nazis who confessed to what they did when the Allied forces were moving in on them, particularly the Russian forces, by the way, they don't tell you that, but do you think that they were getting some more sleep at night because they said they made us do it, wasn't our fault?
They were following orders. Yeah, the Nuremberg defense never works. Okay, following orders is not the best defense. I actually think the best defense ever, all right, with the Nuremberg trial was, and again, I'm probably going to butcher it, but there was a point where the American prosecutors were confronting senior SS leaders of the German Third Reich. It's like, like, what made you do this? Where'd you learn this from? We learned how you guys handled the Native Americans.
Oh, snap.
We learned it from watching you, Dad. Yeah, we saw how you guys handled the Native American question.
I learned it from watching you.
We learned it from watching you. Boy, that must have been awkward for the American prosecutors. Like,
Mike drop.
X-nay on the Native American thing, man.
Yeah. Well, since we're still on this topic of journalists and their inability to be courageous, even in the letter where they leave their names anonymous because they are, like we said, they're careerists, not courageous people. Why don't we take a second to look at some of how real journalism is done when it comes to Palestine and Israel, and actually being on the ground. And like when Al Jazeera covers it, let's just see this is an emotional take of actually watching the horrific terrorism that the IDF is committing. This is how journalism should be. And these 100 people at BBC should be paying attention to something like this.
We stood on the coastal line there for hours and hours and hours. I was watching fishermen. I was watching men they were probably lawyers and engineers in a past life, with a single fishing net each, just trying to catch a few fish for their families. Suddenly, tanks came from the very large Israeli checkpoint. A tank came. Next thing, all the fishermen fled. As 2 fishermen fled, they were shot. They were shot on the beach. I was with other UN agencies, doctors and paramedics. They immediately rang authorities to get us permission to access these people in case there was a sign of life, to immediately get them medical care. That was denied. That help was denied. Finally, half an hour later, as those men lay there, those men who were no doubt someone's brother, father, son, as they lay there, the other fishermen, their family, their friends, took body bags that we had and went down the beach and brought them up. I saw them. One man had been shot in the back. Another man, who still had a fishing net round his foot, was shot in the neck. I know that because I saw that, only because we bore witness to that. These are not unique events on the Gaza Strip.
So the reporter on the other side of the screen, which you don't see, is conducting a real interview with a rep on the ground and airing it on their network. That's how journalism is supposed to be. If you can't be on the ground, you get a conversation with someone on the ground who can articulate what they are seeing with their own eyes. That's how journalism works. That's how it does. That's how we do it. We do that however we can. We don't have the budget that Al Jazeera has. We certainly don't have the budget that BBC has. But now we know how journalism has been captured. And you think that's, let me give one more example, because this is what happens to journalists who, between their work, if you're in Gaza, you have to go get something to eat. You got to go to the cafe, the local cafe, and get something to eat. Unfortunately, for a couple journalists who were happening to get something to eat, this happened. We were talking about a dozen martyrs and injuries in this place. This is following an Israeli massacre and a bombing by warplanes of this place. This is mass destruction. And this cafe, this place, as you can see, severe operation for missing people, baby pieces of everything, still ongoing. People, civilians, the most heinous massacre here in this place. This blood that was spilled is that of civilians who were present here. This cafe was completely destroyed. They were sitting by the seaside section, and this happened. So you guys can see the devastation there. And to be clear about the people affected by this massacre, the IDF murdered 24 to 36 innocent people at this cafe. Oh, but we mustn't criticize them because that would be anti-Semitic. We know that, how that goes. Here are some of the people directly affected. Oh, look, a Palestinian photojournalist, Ismail Abu Hadab, has just been killed in the Israeli airstrike at the Al-Baka Cafe in western Gaza. Another journalist, now she survived. She survived, but she was there between covering the actual genocide. She had to grab something to eat, and look what happened to her. Barely survived it. And here's another unfortunate death of a female boxer that I needed to point out as well, who was also at the beach cafe with 32 others who lost their lives, including journalists, activists, and civilians. So that's how journalism works. So we're talking about an open letter where even the author says, well, that we all signed it too, but so there was several hundred others that signed it that maybe put their names on it, but the people from BBC could not put their names. And he defended that. He goes, I'm putting my name because I don't work at the BBC, but the 100 people that do, you guys understand why they didn't do it, right? Because they have their careers to protect. Meanwhile, you have journalists on the ground right now reporting what's really happening. And then if you go to get something to eat, you might get blown up. So that's, and again, I'm not saying everybody at BBC has to go fly into Gaza right now and go to the nearest cafe that's going to be the next target. I'm saying that's not how journalism works. Journalism is about being courageous. It's about having the ability and to put the greater good of humanity over your own career. That's all I want to say. But great. Thanks for signing the letter, I guess is the point.
I would also go on to this and say, at the end of the day, the letter is nothing but performative art. It is just a way for people to feel good about themselves. And it offers, all what it offers is just an excuse, again, a way to feel better about yourself, a way in which you can maybe excuse the fact that maybe you didn't do your job, or for the fact that you're working at a soulless corporation who's not designed to inform people, but instead give people the news and then for them not to question anything. See, this is what happens when you live in a republic where there is, or you said that in countries in which there was a point where the BBC was a name that meant something, or CBS or NBC. Yeah, I'm going to be serious. Like, there was a point when these news agencies actually had weight to them because you got the news. Think about now how your predecessors would feel about you, knowing full well that you didn't do your journalistic duty in being objective and looking at the bigger scope of the story. So that's why media is entrusted. And, that's why, again, you see on social media right now, you have these corporate entities like CBS and NBC and Fox trying to take over YouTube because they're realizing people aren't tuning in. So they're hoping that there will be people dumb enough to tune in to watch them on YouTube and not be questioning anything. So, it's a dying model. It's a sad system. And a lot of you journalists out there who, were mocking social media, you're going to be out of a job too, because AI is writing articles, AI is doing video. I mean, so, you had maybe a chance to really do something, but you're replaceable too. And look, no hate. There could be an AI Kid CABELLO someday, or use that AI artificial intelligence is going to be replacing all of us in social media. I mean, YouTube says it's going to be going after AI content creators, but I'm going to press X and down on that. So yeah, you signed a letter, 100 signatures. You'd be braver if you showed your face.
Yeah. All right. Well, coming in at number 2, Israel has been caught smuggling oxycodone, an addictive lethal opioid, into Gaza, hidden in aid flour. What? Wait, what? Why is this not the first story on CNN right now? This should be all over the place. No, of course it's not. But we're going to show you the story. Here it is. This is not a joke. This is not speculation. This has been confirmed by several news outlets. Drugs found in flour bags distributed by U.S. Israeli aid centers in Gaza. Media office, and this is from Al Jazeera. Gaza's government media office has expressed its deep concern and condemnation over the discovery of narcotic pills of the type oxycodone inside flour bags distributed by the U.S. and Israeli-backed aid centers in the enclave. That's right. U.S. and Israel control this particular aid center that did this. So that's why they're able to do it. And that's who is complicit. And that's exactly who is responsible for this. We have so far documented 4 testimonies from citizens who found these pills inside flour bags. More serious is the possibility that some of these narcotic substances were deliberately ground or dissolved into the flour itself, which raises the scope of the crime and transforms it into a serious attack directly targeting public health, said the statement published by the media office on Telegram. And here's a picture. This has been going viral of the actual substance they found in the flour bag. So what, I mean, this goes without saying, but what the hell kind of, you already committing a genocide by blowing people up, murdering them, limbs being thrown off, targeting the back of children's heads with sniper equipment, AI technology. You're already letting the rest of them starve to death. You're already doing that. So now you're doing a 3-prong genocide, because then whoever's not starved to death or isn't been blown to bits, you're going to get them hooked on a lethal drug, and mentally destroy them as they're starving to death anyway, and then they're going to die even a more painful death. This is absolutely insane. I don't know. I'll pass it to you. I'm livid right now, Kit. But
well, okay. Here's what I could think about this. It's this is not the first time we have witnessed man's inhumanity to man, a disease or a drug or a poison being slipped in, people being exposed to something and thus in turn affecting them. And you would expect more of a international outrage, but no, there isn't one. And there won't be one because of how the media has covered up all these stories, how things are dismissed. But I will say this, imagine if that was you and you have to bring wheat or rice or grain because you have to make food. And then you find these dangerous substances, poison pills, powder, or razor blades, or anything of that nature in there. How is it that you can look at this and wonder, is this food safe? Is this on purpose? And it is the long, sad history of what we have done to each other. Generational, centuries of generational trauma to hurt another because they are the other, to hurt your brother because they are different than you. And the fact that this is there and that there is not much of a global outrage confirms to me something that my grandpa once said to me a long time ago. This might be the first time you're witnessing, Kit. You might be witnessing this, but it is your first time. But this has happened before. This is nothing new. And there needs to be the outrage of changing things and stopping it. We are one people. We are one world. If this was me, I would be in despair. If I had to feed my nephew or niece or son or daughter, or is it at parents, I would be in despair. How do I know that this is okay to feed or to give to people? I think that the fact that this is now before the whole world to witness, are we being desensitized by this? The internet is a wonderful tool. We are seeing a real travesty and crime take place, but then there's the problem of, okay, on to the next video. And I wish there was, again, for No King's March, hey, can we talk about this? Can there be an outrage from this? Can we continue to do the protest tomorrow and the day after and the day after that? Or do we have to wait till Trump tweets out something that's going to trigger everybody again?
I'll tell you what I'm triggered about. The signs that they are allowed to have at the No King's March. They're allowed to have, we demand, we are furious about kids in cages. I kid you not, that's on one of the flyers. That's our demand. The kids in cages, which Obama and Biden started, that's what you're furious about. You're not furious about the kids being murdered in Gaza. And your excuse for that is, well, that's so far away. Well, the reason that you're furious about kids in cages on your flyer is because you're trying to posture to the rest of the world that you care about brown people. You care about them when they're kind of in another country, but not overseas. Like, so you have a certain limitation of the things that you're going to be upset about. But you stop right there, because then you could just blame that one on Trump and just leave that one be. Meanwhile, the war machine, the Israel-U.S. war machine continues. And then you can look like that you care about, the other, when you don't. You don't, because you would be in the street with Free Palestine every single freaking day when this happens. And I don't, we report on one story and they say, oh, well, that's a one-off. That's just, one example. No, we do one example after the next. I just saw another breaking one. Jamie, can we just throw this one? Do you have the breaking one of this? And again, we can't keep track of all this horrible stuff. The 94 Palestinians we just found out. I think this was today. Jamie, do you have that one?
I think that happened. Yeah.
This just happened. Another. So this oxycodone piece now gets buried on the next page because we just got the new one. 94 Palestinians killed in Gaza, including 45 people waiting for aid. This just broke a couple hours ago. Do you see that one, Jamie?
We'll wait. Don't worry, folks. It's coming up.
I think it's by AP. There we go. Yeah, 94 Palestinians killed. This was just a few hours ago, including 45 people waiting for aid. Authorities say, reported by the AP. This is, how can we keep reporting on this? Every couple hours, there's a new one that breaks. I don't know what to say anymore. But at least, who's getting these stories out? We have to commend them. They're not losing the sleep of, I didn't say anything about this for the last 20 months, and I work for BBC and I want to keep my job. But these people are getting the story out. So there's that. So you guys, we can't just keep, I don't know. We need more people to do this and share these stories. But the smuggling of the oxycodone is the number 2 story. I just wanted to get that one out there because that just happened again. So this stuff keeps happening. We have to stay on it. That's it. I don't know. Do you have any more thoughts on this before we go to the number 1 story? Okay.
Yeah. One other thought on this, and that is, I can't predict the future. I really can't. And at this point, I think it's settled that war will be eternal in the Middle East. There's no peace, and the genocide that we are seeing is going to be continuous. People are going to die, and that means the civilians in Gaza will be targeted, civilians in Lebanon targeted, Syria targeted, Yemen targeted. And yes, we even saw it in Iran too, but I also want to throw this out here. Yes, even Israeli civilians. There's going to be nothing but generational trauma across the board for everyone. And no one is going to truly remember overall why all this happened, even decades later. It's just going to be, I hate him or her because of this or that. And it is going to be a full-on collapse. And I know that here in the United States, if we are able to fix ourselves before it's too late, there will be a point to where younger generations will look at us when we are old, when we are in our 80s and 90s, and wonder, why didn't you stop it when we could have stopped it? And the biggest curse of them all is and I remember growing up. I remember at my time as a kid being bombarded with the propaganda and the movies and the TV shows and the comic books and the video games of, if there was a crisis like this, like a Hitler or a genocide happening, the good guys will unite. Our generation's going to do it and stop it. And we didn't.
Yeah.
That's the biggest curse of it all.
Yeah.
Why didn't you stop it?
Top censored news. We got the number 1 story for you guys, and we had to do this one. We had to do this one today because today is, day before our country's anniversary.
Yay!
Celebrating our birthday, our big birthday, 249, the big one. We're still, the 249 is the new 30. So while we're about ready to celebrate, we just needed to show you guys that there have been possible events being planned, false flag events we've been talking about on the show. I'm just going to throw this up, and we'll just look at a couple, and we'll let it be. We'll just let it be. We're not, there's not a fear mongering show. We just want you guys to know that we've done a little work on this, and this is the number 1 story, that there are possible multiple July 4th false flag events planned. There is a Nipah virus bioterrorism to be blamed on China. That's one of them. We'll look at that. There's also Israeli sleeper cells to set off and to blame on Iran. So do we have hardcore proof on any of these? No. So let me just qualify. This is just us saying these are out there. They're circulating. And just so you know, we hope nothing happens. We actually hope nothing happens tomorrow, and everybody has a great, safe 4th of July. But with that said, we just want to educate you guys a little bit on some of the stuff out there, because it's good to have information. Information is good. Information's not violent. Information is not scary. It doesn't hurt you to know stuff. Just know that it's there. So we're going to start with, let's start with the Israel one first. Netanyahu gave a speech during this 12-day war. I'm going to back up to this. This clip is very important, because this is when he went on ABC to qualify that, no, Trump did know about the attack on Iran that we did. He was part of it.
He knew. Oh, he knew. Oh, he knew.
Yeah. Well, he probably didn't know, but the point is that Netanyahu is saying, never mind his tweet, that was part of the plan, was that he was supposed to outfake you guys so we could do the thing, and he's really cool and high five. That's
yes.
The thing. But people may have missed this little clip from his speech. Listen to what he says about America being dead. Listen.
Tomorrow it's New York. I understand America first. I don't understand America dead.
There's a weird, odd thing about, if you don't get on board, I know you guys are about, so he's talking to MAGAs. He's saying, let's hear it one more time because it's really quick. But he's talking to MAGAs, telling them, I know you guys are all about America first, but if you don't get on board, with Israel first, then America, you're going to be America dead. Let's hear it one more time.
Tomorrow it's New York. I understand America first. I don't understand America dead.
So he said it's Tel Aviv. First it's Tel Aviv. Then today it's Tel Aviv. Tomorrow it's New York. I understand America first. I don't understand America dead. Okay, take it for a grain of salt. But what you guys have to know, in the Israeli doctrine itself, there's actually in the doctrine, it's called the Samson option. If you guys haven't heard of it, this is where in their own doctrine, their own words, and this was discovered years back by great journalist Seymour Hersh, Pulitzer Prize winning journalist Seymour Hersh discovered the Samson option and explains it. Here's a little quick reminder on that if you guys don't know or if you're hearing about it for the first time. Here it is.
Never heard of the Samson option, but it's not a secret. It's on Wikipedia, in Israeli media, and it was first exposed by Jewish American journalist Seymour Hersh, the same Pulitzer Prize winner who uncovered Abu Ghraib. The Samson option is Israel's last resort nuclear doctrine. If the state faces collapse, it won't just strike its enemies. It plans to strike major world capitals, not just Tehran or Damascus, but Washington, D.C., New York, Paris, Berlin, even cities in the countries that fund it. Recently leaked Israeli documents list these exact targets, confirming what Hersh warned about decades ago. This isn't a defense policy. It's global blackmail. A doomsday doctrine where the entire world becomes collateral if Israel falls. Iran has never threatened to nuke its allies, but Israel has, and still might. So ask yourself, if any other country had a doctrine like this, would we call it a democracy or a threat to civilization?
So these are great questions to ask. So what is the significance of July 4th? Well, maybe nothing. However, this came up, and again, this there's no details in this story, but it was reported in Iran just last week. So we're just trying to connect the dots on these two stories. But in Tehran, the Tehran Times reported a week ago that Israel did actually plan a false flag operation on U.S. soil. It could have been scheduled for this week. We don't know, but the information was obtained by the Tehran Times. It shows that Israel was plotting to carry out an explosion on U.S. soil and subsequently blame Iran, with the apparent aim of instigating a full-scale war between the U.S. and Iran. The plan involved orchestrating a destructive event within the U.S. and fabricating evidence to implicate Iran, thereby manipulating American public opinion. And we know how that works. Noam Chomsky tells us how that works. It's manufacturing consent, prompting military action. Iran uncovered the Israeli plot through, and this is where we can't check the source because they're not reporting on it, but they apparently got information shared by a friendly nation, whatever that means. So again, this is a vague report, but upon learning about the potential attack, Iranians sent a message to the U.S. office officials and prevented the planned explosion from occurring. So whether you take this with a grain of salt, whatever, we're just kind of trying to put the pieces together for you that this stuff is out there. And worst case or best case, I don't know, however you look at it, if this in fact is true or was true, it could potentially be good news. If some actual plan was thwarted, that'd be great news. But again, we don't have the information to go on. Just want to throw that out there. Kit, have you heard? Have you been seeing any updates on that or seen this one circulating at all? This could this was the stop of something.
Well, hold on. There was, and I want to pull this up here. I think I could put it in the private chat. Okay. There was a talk of, and by the way, 1 hour ago, Speaker Mike Johnson did sign the big, beautiful bill. But let me go ahead and pull up something that I did mention on today's morning show. And I think I'll be able to find it. Oh, yes. Here we go. Here we go. This is from Hotspot. U.S. Department of State. Tammy Bruce says government is ready for potential 4th of July terror attack from Iran. Nowhere else, but hang on. Let me paste it. There you go. 3, 2, 1. It is now in the private chat. You can see it. I talked about it. 38 seconds long. Let's go ahead and play it for the people.
Okay. Oh, I got to add it. There we go.
Threat. There are Iranians that have come across the border when it was wide open. That is a big concern, obviously.
It is. And we talked about this at the time during the last administration.
Yes.
The number of people who are on the terrorist watch list that we knew had come over. The issue becomes who we didn't know who came over, right?
Yikes.
From both the northern and the southern borders. This is obviously, now we've got a DOJ, we've got an attorney general, we've got a president who understands the importance of safety in this country. And that is now built up. We know just President Trump's presence has sealed that border, but it is about from city to city, town to town, knowing that we recognize the importance of safety in the streets, but you're going to get certainly alerts like this. We are ready for it, but Americans need to have that in mind as we move forward.
Thank you so much, Iranians that have
There it is.
There you go.
Wow.
There you go.
So they're
There you go.
setting the table. I love how they know exactly where it's coming from. They're ready to put the blame immediately. If you guys don't know, when we look back at 9/11, we saw this, and I can't believe it took us this long to check this, but somebody did a deep dive on the timeline of when we pinned the attacks of 9/11 on bin Laden. You guys aren't going to believe it. From the moment the second plane hit the second tower, 42 seconds. I kid you not. 42 seconds later, they were ready to tell us who did it. Bin Laden. And there you go. So this case, they did better than the 42 seconds because they're telling us in advance who it's going to be. There it is. There it is.
Yeah. I would go on here to say, I hope that everything goes well on the 4th of July. I don't know. I was thinking about leaving the state, going somewhere, celebrating with some people, but you know what? I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe yes. I don't know. Seeing that there's always going to be some kind of attack or threat of one, I would say to everyone, please be self-aware of your surroundings. And seeing that there's going to be a lot of No Kings March protests. We did talk about this, the last No Kings March, where there were people protesting on Trump's birthday for his military parade. And thankfully, nothing did happen, save for the tragedy that 2 state representatives were shot by some deranged shooter. Things didn't go bad. And yes, that was during the early stages of the Iran-U.S.-Israel standoff. But don't be surprised if something does intensify or something does go wrong in a very horrific way in which we find ourselves dragged in another war. Everyone should be aware. Everyone should be safe. But, is it just me or I'm just really tired of living in fear. I'm really tired of just being tired. I am tired of hating somebody, or is it that I'm being told to hate somebody because of why? And then when you look at the Samson initiative, it's like, or Samson option. Sorry, why did I say initiative? Yeah. Sorry about that. It just, okay, you go down, you're taking everybody down with them. I mean, okay. Well, how can that backfire? Because, just an important side note, China and Russia do have automatic systems in which if they do get nuked, there is that of, okay, we got nuked. That means these cities got to be nuked. And, we got there's 6 missiles pointed at Chicago. What could go wrong? Same thing for China too. It's just like, how many missiles are pointed at major metropolitan cities in the USA? So that's it for the world. We all just bathe in atomic fire, and then that's it. The survivors will envy the dead. Well, okay. So we're on edge here for the rest of our lives. I mean, this is not an effective policy here. This is full on extinction level here.
It's full on extinction level, and there's nothing worse than that. But let me just bring people back to the ground, because we don't. Again, I preface this, this part of the Top Censored News with, we're not trying to create more fear here. We're trying to give people options of how to go about their day-to-day lives. And here, let me just for a perspective here. We all know people during COVID. We all know people that just stared at that CNN screen every day in complete fear mode, like you've never seen. The way they got people to treat their relatives and friends and behave with these like triple, quadruple masks and not leaving the house and washing down your food and just being paranoid of everything and waiting for that next number, that death number, to go on the screen. So what we're doing here is having these conversations in order so people don't ever fall for something like that again. And so what I'm saying is, knowing information in advance is much better than playing catch up and listening to the people that are there to keep you afraid and keep you following marching orders. So we're not here to give you marching orders. We're not here to get you paranoid. What we're doing is go back in time and imagine how much better off you'd be if you knew the information about COVID in advance. If you knew it's actually only going to act as kind of a flu, and there's actually immune health options to preventative measures, and there's all these things, and it's not going to, if you knew all that in advance, you'd be better off. You wouldn't be a sucker for that CNN screen. So what we're doing here on this 4th of July, again, we hope nothing happens this weekend. Everybody has a safe weekend, but giving you information gets you in a place where you're not going to be extra panicky when CNN person comes on and says, time to get mad at Iran. We're saying, if you anticipate in advance, you're going to like, oh, I know that game. And it might put you in a better place. Now, I'm not saying it's going to be all roses and sunshine if an event actually happens. Obviously, it's going to affect everyone if something happens, but you'll be in a better place if you're ahead of it. That's what we're doing here. And with that, I'm going to transition to the last one here, the Nipah virus. And I just needed to say that because this one, again, is important that people don't get all crazy about this, but have the information in advance just in case. We did our part. Kid, I don't know if you know this, but we had Dr. David Martin, who was on point, master on COVID. He called that in advance. If you were listening to him, if you knew who he was before, you would have been in a much better place when COVID happened if you were listening to Dr. David Martin beforehand. So we had him on the show about a month ago, who told us about a July 4th event, a bioterrorism event. There was a manual about it, and the name of the thing is called National Blueprint for Biodefense, which was an actual it was a simulation event that happened last April, and he shared it with us on the show. And what I did, and this is pretty wild here, but I'm going to bring up my Twitter here. This is a clip from it. I'm not going to play the clip. You guys can go watch it on my channel, the Matt Weinglass. But for what it's worth, when we shared this clip and it says, you guys can read it right here on the screen. It's a clip of us discussing with Dr. David Martin, the National Blueprint for Biodefense, which is he's calling the next event 201, which is allegedly being planned for July 4th. It was planned in this manual because the manual breaks down an actual event where they do this. And so what we were able to do is allow the PDF to be shared on my Twitter here. Download and share this out now, as you guys can see. And you guys can do that. You can go to mine right now and do that. And if you look down here, we had over 500,000 people view this and download it. And the amount of thanks we have for doing this and sharing this is unbelievable, Kit. And of course, there's the occasional, you guys are just fear baiting and stuff. No, we said, and I say it again, I said it to Dr. David Martin there when he came on a month ago. I said, we're here for you to have a place to tell your story, and we will share out. We'll do whatever we can to get this out to people. We're not scientists. We're not doctors. We don't know all of this, but I can tell you right now, if you guys go to this manual, you'll see that the thing's pretty insane, that they talk about an event that happened, and it's all in past tense, where it happened on July 4th. And this is the government getting together and discussing the policies that are going to be inflicted, and who did this to us. We're going to inflict pain on. It's basically the best of 9/11 and COVID all mixed together. That's what this is. So you have your foreign threat. So you manufacture consent for war, and then you also have the lockdown, shelter in place, alone together bullshit, which everybody went through 5 years ago. So you put them together and you have this. Now, the reason I'm bringing this up one more time is that we do have an update, and you guys can go watch this. You can download the document from my Twitter. I should recommend you do that right now, just so you have it, just in case. We don't know what's happening this weekend again. But we found out Science Daily, there was a reveal that the Nipah, it's called Nipah virus, which is mentioned in this manual. We didn't really think much of it because we didn't really know what it was. We didn't really look into it, but it seems like, and I'll bring this up. This came out in Science Daily on
we heard this before.
There it is. They're telling us And this is why we think, and I think Dr. David Martin thinks too, because in the manual, it doesn't tell us it's going to be China. It says it's going to be a foreign adversary. We think it's going to be China. So you got the Iran thing already going, right? You got the Russia thing going. And just like Alex Karp, Palantir tells us, a three-pronged war with all three. China would be the third one. And you could, if you wanted to, hypothetically, you could blame, obviously, a bioterrorism attack. You could blame it on China. And here it is. This is the one that gets us, is the, and let me take this off here. Yeah, the virus they're talking about in bats that was discovered, it's called, wait, here it is. Hold on. This is, yes, the researchers have discovered the two new viruses and that are closely related and deadly, Nipah and Hendra. Nipah is the one that's mentioned in the manual as the one that gets all, infects everybody in the US, all over the world, but particularly in the US. They're saying, and I think I left this part out, but if you guys look at the manual, download it from my Twitter, it's basically it's saying that 280,000 Americans will be killed that day. Again, I'm just saying that's what's in the manual. That was in the simulation they did. They did a simulation pretending that 280,000 Americans are killed tomorrow and 400,000 additional ones are infected. This is Nipah virus. Now, a little more, I did a little more research on that since we found this, and it turns out, and we're going to go to this. So there was actually somebody who commented on my tweet, did the research and shared it with me. It was this person, Danny Bubblegun, shared this with us. Most likely it'll be the bioweapon made from the Nipah virus with a 40% casualty rate. That's the picture of the discussion that they were having in this simulation about the July 4th bioweapon event. So this person did the research and found the study that listed, and this is now we're going to action-oriented stuff here. We're not just, hey, guys, this horrible stuff's going to happen. We're giving you guys some proactive things to do. Just so you know, it's good to know this stuff. It's all about immune health. So rosemary, chamomile, Chinese sage root, these are things, or licorice root, these are things that help improve your immune system and might actually prevent or give you a better reaction just in case something like a Nipah virus, arrives or shows itself. You would have this ability to get these products and just go and get. So I'll show you this. So these are the recommendations. And so this, I'm giving you guys this is just in a hypothetical situation. We might need to know this stuff. It's here if you guys need to know it. I
would like you to send that to me.
Yeah.
Send it to me. Private message, please.
Okay. And then we're going to put this segment up later today so people have access to it. Just look for, maybe you even have this already around the house, or you can get it, whatever, get it on an Amazon delivery or something. I don't know. Why did I just plug Amazon? That was, God. Okay.
How dare you?
Yeah. How dare that Bezos mother effer. Okay. Rosemary, 400 milligrams, chamomile, 300 milligrams, licorice, 100 milligrams, extract. And then this is, you put it into a tea and you have it 1 to 2 times daily. You mix it with water and a teaspoon of honey. Well, that sounds easy. What could go wrong with that? What could possibly go wrong? No,
what could possibly go wrong?
I think in this case, you might as well have this around might as well have around the house. That's what we said about, by the way, that's what we said about ivermectin. Once we understood that ivermectin was a great treatment or preventative for COVID, we said, why not just have it around the house? There's no reason not to. This is, again, you never know, but just have it. And then this is the basic breakdown of the elements of rosemary, shows you the action of what it does, and the role it plays. And it's all about strengthening your immune system. So it's all here. You guys can read this through. This is the next one we talked about, chamomile. And there's your action of what it prevents the virus from entering the cells. The role is it's blocking the infection. So it's a preventative, it seems. And then you have this, you either can do Chinese sage or licorice, depending, it doesn't, either one, or both, it doesn't matter, but there's your action. It looks like this is all about immune strength building, and looks like synergy as well at the bottom of this roll as well. And then there's your last one. Again, you can substitute licorice if you don't have the Chinese sage. This is the action. This is the roll. So yeah, anti-inflammatory. That's great, anti-inflammatory, because that's what it seems that the Nipah virus presents with inflammatory issues, which then I guess lead to whatever they're saying this is, and this whatever. This is just good to know. This is why we're pointing this out. We've done our part. We've shared this stuff out. We've got a lot of thanks from people when we put this on our Twitter. And again, you guys can say, oh, you guys are overhyping or whatever. Hey, think back to COVID one more time. I'm going to say this one more time, and then I'll pass to you, Kit, because I just want to get this out there. If people remember what state of mind you were in when they came on TV and they told you to shelter in place, everything's canceled. Tell your friends and family if they don't get vaxxed, they are gone. They're out of your life, and they better make funeral plans. And you better wear gloves and stay 10 feet apart, 6 feet apart. Wear a face shield over your 5 masks. If you remember what that felt like, this is going to be much better for you to just know this stuff, because when they come on the screen and start blaming stuff on Iran, start blaming stuff on China, you're going to know the drill already. You're going to know, hey, it's about my own immune health. It's about just being aware of these things, and don't get into fear mode. Don't get into panic mode. And remember, if you guys were around in 9/11, don't get into for the love of God, don't get into vengeance mode. We got to punish those. They want us they want to kill us for our freedom.
Yeah,
do not fall for that one either. Please don't fall for that one. They don't want to kill us for our freedom. The people that run us here, they don't care about us. They're the ones we need to be careful about. We need to keep our eye on them. That's it. I'll pass it to you, Kit. But I just wanted to get that all out there.
I would go on here and say even further to people who are watching this live on air. Look, we are in a fight for our lives here, and unfortunately, what I knew there was going to probably be another virus coming around the corner, and maybe this time around it's going to be the one that's really going to be scary. I remember when COVID was happening. I'll never forget how empty Lakeshore Drive was. I will never forget how abandoned Chicago was. I'll never forget when there was talk about using McCormick Place as an emergency hospital. I'll never forget how we had to be locked indoors. But then again, hey, how are we supposed to eat? How are we supposed to survive? How are we supposed to live? It's almost as if there's a plan just to remove us all. And we can never again let what happened to us in 2020 happen again. Because then this time, we're all screwed. They were okay with displacing people. They were okay with having the sheriff's department come by and kick people out of their houses. They were okay with people just not being home. They were okay with everything falling apart. And there's going to be a human price here to be paid. So I would go on to say, you saw how they treated you. We saw families get destroyed because of this virus or the previous virus. Do we let them repeat again what they did to us? And it's also, hey, let this be a lesson, Trump people. Hey, look, if Donnie Boy goes along with this crap of lockdowns and mandatory lockdowns, do you really think we're going to get a stimulus check? Now, to his credit, wait, hold on. I actually got to take that back. To his credit, he did want to do a stimulus check, actually, continuous. The only person who stopped it, because again, it was during the 2020 election cycle, was Nancy Pelosi, and her excuse was she didn't want to give Donald Trump any political ammunition. So to his credit, I would have liked to have seen if he would actually have followed through with that, because he said, no, I want to do more. Again, it's probably just to get more votes. But, are we going to get stimulus checks then? Because, hey, people got to pay for food. There's not going to be a debt jubilee. That ain't going to happen. Oh, and with this big, beautiful bill with cuts of SNAP, I mean, how are people supposed to survive on $30, I mean, yeah, you can make it with maybe a dollar store, ramen noodles for the rest of your life, oodles and noodles, but there you go. Yeah. It's a brave, strange, crazy world that we're going to be walking into, folks. Are you ready for the consequences?
Yeah. And throughout it all, the mainstream media are still not doing journalism. They're still propagandists. And that's why we're here. That's why we're here. And I'm going to throw the outro on, because you guys know.
Fortunately, we're here to bring you top censored news of the week.
The bugs. It's the bugs. Eat the bugs and follow the orders.
Oh, man. That's it's such an interesting thing to when we think about the Nazis versus the current day Zionists, and you're like, well, what do they have in common? What do they have? What's the difference? And it's so, I think that in a weird way, the fact that we see so much celebration of the terrorism and crimes against humanity from the IDF, we see it on a daily basis. They celebrate it. I think back, I go, God, those Nazis seemed like that they knew what they were doing was bad, and they didn't really want the world to see the details. They weren't, and I think there's something about showing just showing it to the world, and gloating and celebrating it it seems worse to me. It seems worse that they flaunt it and brag about it. And then unfortunately the reaction to that is that because there's not this big reveal, and it's just there in our face, like you said earlier, Kid, about desensitization, which we're experiencing every day. There's not this big aha moment because we see it. They just show it, and there's something so sick about showing your crimes and standing firm behind them that the world just gets used to them. Versus the Nazis, who by their own self-realization that they knew it was bad, they almost went down harder because when we found out, we went, wait, what were you doing? And the
thing is because again, World War II is a little more complicated because the thing is, when you look at the Third Reich and Adolf, good old Adolf, you got to remember, a lot of people in this country, especially the business tycoons, were really impressed. Fascism was the bulwark against communism. They didn't want communism or socialism to even be talked about here. No one talks about how you had prominent American business tycoons giving money, resources, equipment to the German Third Reich because they saw that as like the shield wall against the Soviets, but also for the fact of you had people who wanted to do their own coup against FDR. I mean, Smedley Butler's the greatest American hero of all time. He could have been the Caesar, our first Caesar, maybe. But he was like, wait a minute, hold up. I didn't sign up for this. And he told the American government, the Roosevelt administration, what was going on. And they just pat him on the head and said, good boy. And then they gave a slap on the wrist to the tycoons. And that was it. I think a lot of people need to remember that Ford and General Motors and even Coca-Cola, were giving resources and money to the Third Reich. Okay. No. I mean, no one talks about how the Luftwaffe, would have nice cold Coca-Colas. They'd tape up the cola bottles to the airplanes, fly them up in the air, land them down. Why do you think Volkswagen and Fanta are never going to tell their origin stories, right? Oh, we first started because how do you think they got started? Okay. So what am I getting with all of this? The Third Reich and the Germans got hit hard, but you got to remember, before they became our adversary, before they became the big bad guy, the comic book villain, they were getting some help. They had some fanboys in the background. They had people who liked what they were talking about.
Oh yeah.
And and then when Adolf decided to go a little bit crazy, because remember, there was fear of war happening. And before the invasion in Poland and everything else, Adolf was told by his chief advisors, go visit America, go do an international tour, visit these other countries. But he wouldn't do it. And then he decided to bite the hand that fed him. Then he started to go ahead and go to war with everybody else because he thought he was invincible. It was their little project, top 1%ers, everybody who was involved in business. You think these businessmen actually gave a damn about what Hitler was talking about? No, they only cared about the profits and dollars.
Exactly. Profits and dollars. Every war is a banker's war. What you bet. By the way, you bet on both sides. That's a little trick we learned. Oh, if you bet on both sides, you can't lose. So there's that too. But the privatizing of the banking system is ultimately the thing that we were championing. And Hitler was not. He was against the privatization of the banking system. I think they left that part out when they taught us that in school. Must have because the classes are only so long, and they probably meant to tell us, Kit. But I think we ran out of time, so we didn't really get that part of the story about why Hitler got in power in the first place, because he was challenging the privatized banking threat to the workers, and he was championing the worker. No. They don't. That's just not important. That part's not important. What is important is that we understand that only the worst people in the world, the most evil people in the world, whether it's Hitler, whether it's Putin, These are people, or whether it's Trump, these are people who wake up one morning and decide just to be uniquely evil and take over the world. That's the history lesson. That's what we need to learn.
Yeah. There's always a nuance. It just isn't like a Saturday morning cartoon. Like, yes, without a shadow of a doubt, you know, because everyone always says, well, would you fight the Third Reich? Like, yeah, they were like, I think it's safe to assume Third Reich, bad guys, real bad guys. I think we all can agree. Hitler, a very bad man, but there are reasons, rhythms and rhymes about how he got into power, what caused him to come into power, and even before he became a power player, like what was the environment that was set up for him or somebody like him to come into power. He isn't unique.
We don't need to know that stuff, because then we'd be using our critical thinking skills, and we can't have that. We can't have that.
And the thing is, like the kind of villainy, and again, evil, yes, okay, because I don't want to simplify things, but what caused somebody like that to come around, it just isn't just one morning where they go, ha ha ha. It's more of this happened, and this infrastructure happened, and this policy happened, and this incident that took place 10 years ago is what led to this political movement happening here. I mean, there are rhythms and rhymes. Hitler isn't unique. We've seen genocidal madmen and tyrants before. I mean, look at Genghis Khan, okay? I mean, that guy massacred countless cities and towns and empires. Same thing like Alexander the Great or Julius Caesar or anybody else. You know, but there are reasons why people come into power, how they come into power, how they maintain power, and then eventually how they lose power. And, you know, just to be clear, look, the Third Reich had to be taken down by the combined might of the Allied powers in the Soviet Union. And that was a brutal, long uphill war. And there was some incidents that had the Third Reich acted differently, things would be different. Society would be different. And I dread to think of what kind of world that would be. But when we look at overall the entire political system that's happening here in the United States, you know, we are being conquered. We are being divided. We are being told to hate. While the smartphones and the internet have united us, boy, oh boy, have they also divided us too. Have they turned us into a system in which we don't have a place in our world anymore. And I encourage everybody just to remember that don't get divided. Don't hate your neighbor because a media person or politician is telling you to do so. This is not where we want to be at.
Yeah.
We should not be striving to be at this point, and we need to be very careful about what happens to us going forward.
Well, hey, if you guys are just joining us, welcome. The Homeless Left. We are live right now. We've don't worry if you got here late, you can always go back and watch our live replay. We never take them down from Rumble. Rumble allows us to keep all of our shows up. We stand behind all of them, all 100. I guess we're 119 episodes. They're all there. If you don't have that kind of time to kill, you can always just go watch our segments. In fact, if you like a particular segment that sticks out to you as one that you want to maybe share with some friends and family, maybe somebody that you maybe got into some beef with because you disagreed on some stuff at some point. I don't know. Maybe there's something that might have triggered a separation of a relationship. Maybe there's a topic that we're covering in a way that you think, hey, wanted to reach out, watch this video. That's how we can mend relationships, having conversations like this. So we want to do this for you. You guys, we want you to do your part and share out as well. So do that. You can do that from our Rumble or our YouTube page. We put the segments up on both of them. We are here today with guest co-host Kit CABELLO, Harlan's Media. We're going LA to Chicago today, everyone. LA to Chicago.
Yep.
I know Kit, we were gonna. I don't know how much longer we have with you, but I had two more stories I wanted to do with you. Are we able to do at least one or both, or what do you think?
Sure, why not? Let's do it. Come on. Listen, Hey, listen. First of all, you asked me to fill in to be a co-host, and I got nothing but love for Pasta. Usually he's here. And so Pasta, and the off chance you're listening, brother, I love you so much. I send nothing but love to you. I got nothing but love for you. So I hope you're doing well. Be safe over the weekend. And I hope that you hear me, man. I love you, man. Okay. All right. Yeah. So listen, when you come back to Chicago, we got to be hanging out. All right. I just, Matt, relay the message. I got nothing but love.
I mean, you just brought up Chicago, man. I mean, you're there. We were all there back at the DNC August.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun.
Man, that was so fun, man. All of us together at the Chinese spot. I mean, that's just good times. That gave us a chance to say, hey, you know what? There's something happening here because we were in the streets, we were covering the protests against the DNC, and obviously the media, the mainstream media wasn't covering it. We were covering it, and it was just nice to take a breather and with people. You guys, you and Craig, and you guys obviously go back even further than I. You both have been amazing friends and just great colleagues, and just in the same space. So I hope we can all do that again. And Craig, yes, if you're listening, Kit's sending his love. We are too. So yeah.
Yeah, you got that, Skippy. But you know what else I would like? People, listen, help grow the homeless left on Rumble and on YouTube. Please hit the like button, okay? Give them all that support. Please share the content. It's important for you to do that because I want to see people succeed. Because when my people succeed, guess what? I get happy too. And I want to see nothing but love and growth for the Rumble community here and also on YouTube. So, folks, hit the like button. But hey, don't forget to like, comment, share, and subscribe to Hardlands Media too.
Oh, yes. Hardlands Media, baby. Hell yeah. And you guys have been doing the countdown to you hit the 50,000. And then what's the
well, right now we're at 50. Here's the thing. We were at 57,030, but then YouTube decided to unsubscribe people.
No.
So we're at 57,013 subscribers, which is great. I think after 8 years in this business, I've been a YouTube felon for what, 8 years now? Termination, demonetization, shadow banning. Oh, sometimes I still get messages like, Jesus Christ, man, YouTube doesn't like you. I'm still here. I still got my channel and everything else. But hey, help us grow on Rumble. Really happy to have Rumble Studio. That's been a lot of fun to use. And I'm just trying to survive the best way possible with all my challenges. And I would not be here without my audience. And because of that, people, I love you. All right. So share Hardlands Media, subscribe to us, do all that good jazz, man.
Yeah, guys, please give Kit Cabello, Hardlands Media some love right now. Go subscribe. Rumble, YouTube, you're on all of them, man. You got Kit going. You got, I mean, you're just like a multiple attack plan, getting the message out there, doing the thing. You're getting the peeps. I think you're like the top in our space. You're like the top on Kit on it's Kick, right? I haven't even
Kick,
Kit
yeah,
on Kick, baby.
Yeah, Kit on Kick. Well, I've been trying to reach out to grow a little bit more on Kick to see if not only that I could even share that information and updates so that everyone else in independent media can grow on Kick. Same thing, like you look, Rumble, really trying to grow on Rumble. And with X, we finally got to 10,000 followers, which is fine, great, awesome. And with YouTube, just trying to stay a step ahead because unfortunately, folks, I wish and thing is it's going to impact you as well, Matt, that the algorithm is going to change. Maybe things will be better, maybe things won't, but it is, I love what I do, and all the support we get is just greatly appreciated. So please, folks, just double check you're still subscribed to all your favorite content creators, because there's a change coming.
That's a good idea. Always double check with your go-to channels. Make sure that they still coming up for you guys. Always do a double check. I like that. Okay, moving on here. We got I don't want to say a fun one. Actually, it's kind of interesting. It's kind of interesting. We've been talking about AI. Okay, so we've been talking about how AI is rapidly affecting us exponentially. It affects us in the entertainment industry. You guys know we've been covering the entertainment effects of AI. We haven't looked at the music part of it too much, but interestingly enough, journalist and colleague, and I know he's been on with Pasta before, and we'd love to have him on the Homeless Left. James Lee did a little kind of, he looked into a little story going on Spotify right now, and how Spotify seems to be creating their own musicians and elevating them on their platform. Who are these musicians? They might not actually exist. Let's let.
Oh, no.
Yeah, they might not actually exist. Let's hear James tell us about one of them. These AI startups of some sort. This particular one is called, the band's name is The Velvet Sundown. It sounds so human. That just to me, I don't know. The Velvet Sundown. That sounds like a computer did it. But let's hear James.
We're gonna be out of a job. You do realize that, Matt? Like pretty soon, there's gonna be like artificial like versions of you and me, or that will look like you and me, and that's it. We'll be out of a job.
We're done. Throwing in the towel. All right, let's hear about that Velvet Sundown. Here we go.
There's apparently a band called the Velvet Sundown on Spotify, and it was supposedly formed by singer and Mellotron player Gabe Farrow, guitarist Lenny West, and Milo Raines, as well as a, quote, free-spirited percussionist Orion Rio Del Mar. According to reports, none of them have ever been interviewed, nor do they have, quote, a single shred of internet presence. In other words, they might be an AI-generated band. But shockingly, they have almost 500,000 monthly listeners, which is kind of bizarre. And I think I figured out what's going on. So according to this new book called The Mood Machine, Spotify has allegedly been promoting ghost artists in order to not pay royalties to real artists.
Oh, there it is. There it is.
I know it. Just like what's happening on YouTube. Just like what's happening on YouTube. They don't want to pay. They don't want to pay content creators. They don't want to pay anybody. Even people just get like really. If anyone's going to be human and succeed, it's going to be a matter of who they know. You know.
Oh God.
I missed out on the window. I should have started in 2008. Boing.
Oh God. Okay. Well, there's more, Kit. There's more. Here we are.
Allegedly, Spotify has a secret program called the Perfect Fit Content, which involves a network of affiliated production firms and a team of employees secretly creating low-budget stock music and playing them on Spotify's curated playlists. It says here more than 150 playlists with titles such as Deep Focus, Cocktail Jazz, and Morning Stretch were populated entirely by PFC content. The author writes, quote, "In doing so, they are effectively working to grow the percentage of total streams of music that is cheaper for the platform." Makes total sense from a business perspective, and in fact, PFC has reportedly become Spotify's biggest profitability scheme. And the quote-unquote scheme is working so well that just a few days ago, it was announced that Spotify's CEO has just invested $1 billion into an AI military startup.
No.
So while we're all paying $13.99 a month to listen to the quietly spellbinding Velvet Sundown, what we're actually doing at the same time is funding dead babies. Let me know what you think of all of this, and of course, follow me if you want to support a real human journalist.
Yeah.
Gotta love
good
it.
Job, James. Good job on that report, James. Oh my God. So not only that, so you're if you contribute to this, you're also paying for their military AI investment from the CEO, on top of the fact that this is a way to rip off artists, and then not to mention this part, dumbing us all down to the point where we just are going to regurgitate this crap and not care. And I worry the younger generation won't have real musicians to get into and really have a an interest in them as human beings who wrote music and know who they are and going on interviews and hearing they're not going to have that, because these are just non-humans doing non-human driven music that's just interchangeable with itself. Kit, I mean, this is awful for the arts.
Well, not only is it awful for the arts, but there is a risk of people being dumbed down because, and not like funny idiocracy, but more of just being dumbed down of like, well, this is the entertainment. This is what's being produced by the machine, more slop. But the thing is, here's the thing about I have hope for human creativity. And that is, there's always the rebellion against the norm. That's how art always was perceived as. That is rebellion against the norm. So while AI will become mainstream, eventually it's going to be viewed with disdain. And no matter how fresh and hip it could be, there's nothing more appeasing to the human eye than something that is taboo, something that isn't machine, something that isn't, but will it have a grasp? Yeah, we're going to witness a point where a generation is just going to be consumed with the AI, but then humans, unless we truly become controllable by chemicals, by food, by computer chips and all that stuff. And I already sound crazy saying it, but in 10 years, we don't know what the world will be like, just about the amount of control to maintain us, because if there's so much despair and lack of resources, you're going to have to dumb down the populace or control us through whatever subversive or real means necessary out of fear. But this is where we're going down. And I've already seen now on my YouTube live stream recommendations of AI content creation. I mean, I don't know if you've noticed this or not, but there is the Bigfoot vlogs or the Stormtrooper vlogs where they're like these bro people, like Logan Paul or Jake Paul. Like, okay, chat, I'm out here and I'm gonna eat some tacos. Oh no, my butt's on fire. And it's like a 1-minute content of like stupid crap, and I just help thinking, oh, this is like, ow, my balls from Idiocracy. Bigfoot on stupid adventures with the Yeti, making dumb jokes, making stupid content, and it's getting hundreds of thousands of views. And so some AI program, and again, this is what we're going to be witnessing with the decline of Hollywood too, that is, you're going to be seeing people rely on AI to tell stories. And this is just the way things have will lead to the collapse of the first of modern art, and in turn the embracing of AI art. And I worry that this may not be the second renaissance that I have hoped for. You like, yes, using AI to make a movie, if there's a person doing it and they hire real voice actors to do like voice acting projects, fine. Because again, I don't want to be hypocritical here. I lent my voice to a director for a fan project, but they're using AI animation for everything else. And I'm not going to hold it against them, because if the tool is there, fine. But in order to break away from this, we have to train people to see and tell the difference between what is artificial and what is an actual human. Because there are songs and music that were created for the times by people to represent, like, look at the Vietnam, look at the 60s and 70s, especially during the 60s for the Vietnam War. Look at all the anti-war music that was happening. That was a reflection of how people felt. AI can't do that.
Yeah. Well, look, you're saying we have to educate people on how to tell the difference. And obviously people in our space, we have no choice. We can't do our job in this space if we don't know the difference. So clearly it's important. We're not going to share a breaking news story that's AI fabricated. That is a fear. That is a fear, because if you do share an AI story and it's really fake news, I mean, then you gotta be like, I didn't know. But that's going to be the problem. The technology is going to be that good to where you can't tell the difference anymore. Oh, it's so good. The one I almost fell for, I had to take a step back. I was about to share when Kanye had done something that pissed off all the Zionists in Hollywood. I saw this AI video that came out immediately, and it was so good. It had all of the people, exactly the people you thought would be in this video. It was Jerry Seinfeld, and it was a whole bunch of other Ben Stiller and a whole bunch of others. They all were wearing this F Kanye shirt, and they all had this smug look, and they're like F, and they were all flipping him off. And it was like, it would zoom in on one, zoom in on the other. And I was like, this is insane. And for one moment, I was like, this needs to be shared out. This needs to be like on our show, like the opening of our show. And right before I was to do it, I was like, wait a minute, there is no way they got all those people together and put this together that fast. No. And then we looked at it and I go, oh shit, man, it is.
I know.
And how dangerous is that we're like, can you believe, like, I was about to do a story on it. Said these psychopath Zionists thought it was a good idea not to get together and talk about Gaza, but to get together and F Kanye with their smug looks. But those smug looks were AI generated. So it was feeding into the thing that we knew existed in their mind. We knew that's how they felt about it. Here's what it would look like if they got together, but they don't actually have to get together. We'll just fake one. So yes, of course we have to be careful in our space. But go ahead.
It's kind of like that. I forget, this is how dated it is, but there was that incident with, I forget what episode of Simpson is, where Milhouse said, well, if it's in a book, it's gotta be true. Or if it's seen on YouTube, it's gotta be true. If it's seen on social media, it's gotta be true. And now because the technology is just that good, I am really fearful of the future. Like, when I get on the phone with somebody, am I speaking to a human? Because I know for a fact that when I had to reach out to YouTube, I didn't know if I was speaking to a human or not. And that was 2023. I don't know if my email is being read by a human being or not. I know it's Rumble and with Kick, I'm speaking to a human. That is such a rarity now to speak to a human being. That is the most frightening thing to be part of. It's just like, are you speaking to a human? And then if you're having a Zoom conference call meeting, speaking to a human, is the technology that good? I mean, I don't know anymore. It is like Blade Runner. And eventually, and with the way artificial intelligence and automation and robots now moving around, are we going to be wondering, like, if the person that's in front of you, are they even a human being or not?
Okay, so there's good news and bad news to this idea. So the good news is this. We're talking about this now. People in our space know this is important to look at. And I actually am optimistic that we will get each other's backs. Our viewers will get each other's backs. It happened. In fact, we shared something out about a Simpsons episode that aired on a particular date. And we're like, oh, this is important because Simpsons always calls the future. And then somebody wrote right in, oh, this is an AI generated episode. It didn't actually happen. I go, oh, thanks for telling me. No worries. And so I think that we're okay here. I think that we just have to do better, and we have to get each other's backs and know that we're coming from a place of honest journalism. And if we get something wrong, you apologize for it. That's not what I'm concerned about. I think that we got this part down. We'll figure it out, man. What I'm concerned about, when you mentioned earlier, is you said we have to train people how to listen to their music and watch their movies. And my problem with that is those people, as far as entertainment goes, they're not interested in knowing the difference. They don't care. That's my problem with that. They don't actually care. And I'm telling you, here in Hollywood, I got to push back. I'll give an example. Here in Hollywood right now, in our entertainment community, people, my colleagues and producer friends here, they're very excited right now, Kit. They're very excited about this.
Oh no, I agree.
Technology where they can BS themselves through a pitch deck, through a presentation to investors, that they don't have to put a thought into it, that an AI is going to create their presentation for them, their creative vision, which won't even be based on anything real, because they're just trying to get the money for their thing. And they go, look, we could just, and I'm like, wait a minute, you're okay with this? Of course, it saves time. That's all that we care about, saving time.
Yeah, it is. And money.
You had something to say. I thought you had a voice. You don't care. No, they'll figure it out, and then we just do the thing, and then we do the next thing, and we get our paycheck, and then da. I'm like, well, that's not, to me, that means you don't care, that you're okay with what's real, what's not. It doesn't effing matter to you, just as long as people, buy tickets, I guess.
Yeah.
Right?
That's and the thing is, that is how you have a bunch of people promote this stuff. And look, I know I could say, I'm not gonna say I know, but I have seen and read and watched videos of people embracing artificial intelligence in Hollywood to where it is cost. Because again, Hollywood is in the red, unfortunately, because of, horrible decisions done by studio executives, the treatment of workers, writers, staff, the helping hand. Because the thing is, Hollywood has always thought about the directors and actors, but what about the people who make the thing happen, the movie happen? And now with artificial intelligence and the rise of just how real graphics can look, I mean, this is going to destroy the industry at many levels, including high-paid actors. Like, being a high-paid actor is going to be like a privilege, and it's like that's going to be gone. And so many people are going to be replaced, or either are going to be watching movies where you're going to see a person, you see an artificial story, and then that's it. And I worry about that brave new world. And I think we do have to train people up, because there are going to be people who want to know the difference. And there will be a difference looking at an artificial movie, which, again, I have seen some artificial animation that is really good, done by people who actually want to have human involvement and human voice actors. And then there's a difference between seeing an actual movie with real people and real set designs. I mean, it's like we're at the decline era of when things used to be great,
Have you seen this? I'm going to flip this one up. Have you seen this fake behind the scenes of Avengers on set with the Avengers? And this is no. I don't even know what to say. Check this out. I'll turn the music off.
Wait, this is fake, right?
Yeah. Okay, we'll take the music off. Look at that. None of this is real.
Wow.
They're showing us. Look at this. This is insane. They're giving us little snippets of what's going on. None of this is happening. None of these actual actors are in a scene. Deadpool and bowing down to Robert Downey Jr. as Dr. Doom, and you got these. They're just doesn't exist.
Yeah, and it's moving real fast because you don't notice the camera. That doesn't look like a regular camera.
No, we'll play it again with the We'll just so you. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, yeah.
Look at this. None of this is real. What does that What does that say about? Yeah, what is that? I mean, in some senses, if you're a Marvel Studio, Disney exec, you might be a little concerned about this. I think that part's funny. At least they're a little. Wait, we're supposed to control it with our millions of dollars.
Well, seeing Marvel Disney go bankrupt. I mean, I have my personal reasons. They should have stopped. They should have stopped at Endgame. But anyways, like, come on, you're being a dead horse. Franchises do die out. I mean, that's the thing about a franchise. I mean, what makes a franchise memorable is that it has its key moments. You remember it, and you learn to live off the royalties. There's no sense on trying to remake Picasso. Okay, it's just how people should be looking at art. But it's always about money, and when it comes down to the dollars, if these studio execs really want to have AI run things, fine. But even that's going to die down because there's a thing about art, but they made art expensive. Even going to school to study acting or directing or filmmaking or anything of that nature. It's now costing people an arm and a leg. It's becoming not worth it.
Yeah.
Like there's no incentive anymore.
No, there is no incentive for it. So we'll end this, close this segment off with maybe a little bit of self-empowerment and some proactive just tools for you guys, because we covered this a few weeks ago with and I think this is relevant again, so I'm bringing it up with co-host Jay Scott. We found this study that was talking about specifically Chat GPT, but this is for all sorts of AI programs that people are really excited to use. I mean, you guys know everybody's using Chat GPT. There's this new Google one that is now mixing sound and that allowed that last one we just played, the Avenger one, to be made, and now they're allowing these AI they're called prompts to talk and create their own little worlds. Well, just Chat GPT, which this one's been around for a while, but at MIT they did a study and they're determined, and this is important. The researchers at MIT are saying that the actual AI program itself can rot your brain, and the truth is it's actually even worse, a little more complicated. So when ChatGPT appeared about almost 3 years ago, the impact of AI on learning has been widely debated. Are there handy tools for personalized education or gateways to academic dishonesty? These are things we had these doubts, but most importantly, there've been concern that using AI will lead to widespread dumbing down. And so again, the theme of our show, we talk about all the time, is get your critical thinking skills going again. Get your tribal goggles off. This is going to make it even harder. So you guys, you have to double down on this critical thinking, because here's what they determine. The dumbing down, it's the decline in the ability to think critically. If students use AI tools too early, the argument goes they might not develop basic skills for critical thinking and problem solving. But it's much, much worse than that. It's much worse than that. So according to the recent study at MIT, using this ChatGPT to help write essays, they say that it can lead to cognitive debt and likely decrease in learning skills. And here's the clincher. Over the course of 4 months, they did a study over 4 months, 54 adults. They wrote a series of essays. Some of them used the AI search engine, and some of them their own brains. So there was these two groups. And then the team measured the cognitive engagement by examining electrical activity in the brain through the linguistic analysis of the essays. The cognitive engagement of those who use AI was obviously, we knew this. I mean, this is not, a spoiler alert. It was significantly lower than the other two groups. But this group also had a hard time recalling quotes from their essays and felt lower sense of ownership of their work. And that's also a thing. Here we go, guys. Interestingly, participants switch roles for a final fourth essay, and the AI to brain group performed worse. So if you started in the AI part, and then you did brain group second, they're saying their engagement was only slightly better than the other groups during the first session. So it was far below the engagement of the brain only group in their third session. So they're basically claiming, the authors of the study are claiming that this demonstrates how prolonged use of AI leads participants accumulating cognitive debt. But when they finally have the opportunity to use their own brains, they're unable to replicate the engagement or perform as well. So this means that it's even going back and saying, you know what? Let me go back to my own brain now. I'll let this thing, I'll go. They're saying it's going to be harder for you to do that now. So this is so important that we have this information and we are aware of this, because things are only going to get worse, and the dumbing down of our, human, citizen population is only going to get worse and worse. I don't know, kid. It's kind of scary, but we need to know that this is a thing. And please, guys, just don't rely on this stuff for everything. Like use your own head when you can. I guess that's my.
There was an episode of the Outer Limits a long time ago. I forget what name the title it was. But it was a world in which everyone had like an artificial headpiece to them where they could automatically learn to do things. And the character, the hero of the story, was born with a deficiency to where he couldn't adapt to the machine. So he had to learn to read and write. And apparently the machine that was already tapped into everybody was going to try and kill humanity. And instead, this one person who didn't have like the machine attached to him saved the day. And he's teaching everybody now how to read and write. Everyone has to learn it all over again. And so it's like, yeah, I'm gonna help you do this. I'm gonna help you like, and it's just like, God forbid we enter into that world where we become so reliant on it that we forget how to do things.
Yeah.
And the thing is, but actually, it's not the first time, really, if you think about it. But this is a bit of a stretch, and it's not a fair comparison. But it wouldn't be the first time like people forgot how to build or do pottery, because going back to antiquity, there was a thing called the Bronze Age collapse, which was a heavy decline in the major empires in the Mediterranean area. There were a lot of factors that led to its fall. And I recommend to your viewers, and I recommend to you, maybe if you get a chance, Fall of Civilization, Bronze Age collapse, and the absolute decline of the people. Everyone forgot how to do pottery, writing, and it was like, I think it lasted longer than the Dark Ages from the Roman Empire fell. I think it was for 300 years or 500 years of the Bronze Age collapse, Dark Age, which was a huge decline. People forgot how to do things. There was no society. And, with all of our over-reliance and all of our technology, it wouldn't surprise me. Like, do you know how to start a fire? Do you know how to hunt? Do you know how to do this if everything is gone? We're so used to our food coming to us. We're not used to going to our food.
No, we're not. I mean, just getting the information out there, letting people know this stuff, I think it's the only thing we can really do. And we're kind of all on our own here, but just whenever possible, guys, just use your own brain. Do brain-driven activities. Things like do puzzles. Do like, Leslie and I will do like, crosswords, and we'll just have fun sometimes, just using our like kind of critical thinking skills, just not on our screens, not on our, just take some time, guys. There's some fun games. There's some what are some of these ones? There's a whole list of, there's some really cool stuff where you can like, participate in kind of competitive things that allow you to use your brain. So those are suggestions I have, like bring it back to the basics. Like you're saying, like bring it back. And it's not about being, we're old timers and we don't want to adapt with don't be fooled by that crap. We aren't old timers not wanting to adapt. We're saying, don't let them take your humanity from you. And so go to some things that that work, that maybe you haven't done in years and years, and just whip it out, and you might be pleasantly surprised by how it makes you feel, not having your face in a screen for just like a half hour of the day.
It actually is a really good feeling when you're not connected to the machine spirit.
Yeah. Okay, that's our AI story. You have time for a quickie on this week in HOLLYWOKE?
Yeah, sure. Let's do it. Let's go. Come on. We're going to finish strong. If this is the last story, let's do it. Let's go.
It is. And we're going to bring Leslie in to do some talking back with you guys afterwards. But this is our last story with Kit. But get your questions ready and your comments, and we'll be engaging with you after this last segment here. So yeah, we appreciate all you guys. Welcome, and let's get to it. I think we're gonna do some This Week in HOLLYWOKE. Here we go. This Week in HOLLYWOKE, we're going to look at the Dave Chappelle versus DJ Khaled story. And we're here with co-host for today, Kit CABELLO. I know you covered this on your show, Hardlens Media, and I am interested in your take on this as well, because being here in Hollywood, we notice the people that are speaking up and the people who are keeping their freaking mouths shut when it comes to genocide in Gaza and anything to say on behalf of the Palestinian people. Hollywood is pretty much silent. However, there's one guy that sticks out. We know him, you love him. Dave Chappelle has the courage once in a while to say what needs to be said. So we found this out. This happened a few days ago. Now there's no footage. I wouldn't play the footage anyways because it would obviously be copyright. But this is a first-hand account of what happened during a taping. So Dave Chappelle, he roasts Trump, Israel-Iran conflict, and DJ Khaled's silence. Comedian questions U.S. President peace plans and Abu Dhabi show. Okay, so closer. So when an audience member yelled out the name of Palestinian-American musician DJ Khaled, the comedian questioned why the DJ has remained silent over the war in Gaza. DJ Khaled, let me tell you something, and this is a quote that Chappelle said in front of the audience. For a Palestinian, this man is awfully quiet right now. And as a Palestinian, how could you be that quiet right now? And why are you so fat? People are starving. He's the only fat Palestinian on earth right now. Chappelle joked. And it's like Chappelle to find the humor in it when it's really not actually funny. But you got to sometimes find the humor when you're calling out BS when you see it. Just to back it up, do you guys think that maybe DJ Khaled just hasn't had an opportunity, or he has had 2 years. He's he's working hard. You're working on your music. You're planning your parties.
I saw a video of him being picked up by his security or entourage just so he wouldn't get his shoes dirty walking to the stage. Another one. Like, come on, man.
Yeah,
come on, man.
So you guys know Sneeko. Now he, like him or hate him, he had an opportunity to film an interaction with DJ Khaled. Let's see how that went. This is at the gym. If you guys think that he hasn't had a chance, could this have been the chance? Maybe he didn't see Sneeko. Maybe he was too many things going on.
Sneeko, by
the way, he's at the gym. Maybe he's ready to start working out. Maybe start burning some calories. He's thinking about that. He's not thinking about dead Palestinian babies and people starving to death. But let's see what happens when he gets asked about Free Palestine.
DJ Khaled? Hold on. That's DJ Khaled right there. Hold on.
DJ's my boy, I'll introduce you.
Hey, you fucking Palestine? Tell him Free Palestine. Free Palestine, DJ Khaled. Free Palestine. Free Palestine. Free Palestine. He didn't say it. Or he's glad. He was cool about it.
All right. Now here's the thing. Okay, yeah, he's being called out, but see, the thing is, like, DJ Khaled, he ain't gonna. He had all the time to say in the world, and Sneeko is less arbiter or anybody that I would ever have to be speaking about this due to his long history of just being absolute cringe. But yeah, all right. Hey, you confronted DJ Khaled. I'd prefer maybe somebody else than Sneeko. I mean, that's it. I mean, look, it I guess we got to take what we can take, but oh boy, bottom of the barrel right there. But DJ Khaled, like, look, I mean, you would expect him to say something, but I think we all kind of have to speculate and say this in our opinion that perhaps it is something that he is not going to do. He is not going to ruin his apple cart. And in my opinion, fine. That's it. It doesn't surprise me, but as society is changing, people are voicing their opinion and seeing what's happening in Gaza. You have so many people, even Piers Morgan changing his tune. Okay. You have Piers Morgan, of all people, changing their tune about it. You have everybody talking about what's happening in Gaza. It is undeniable at this point to where it looks like, okay, this has been going on for 2 years. All of Gaza is a moonscape. It's all rubble. Men, women, and children being burnt up, blown up, starving to death, disease running rampant. Usually you guys wrap it up like in a month or so. This has been going on for 2 years. Like, it's undeniable now. No one can deny it. You even got conservative voices. You have people even like Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens, and say whatever you will about them being very vocal about it. You got Piers Morgan being vilified and people calling him anti-Semitic. It's like, okay, it's like it comes a point to where what exactly is the overall plan here? I mean, is there ever going to be a reconstruction of Gaza? What's left to blow up except, oh, that's right, cafes and areas in which people are trying to get food? So, Dave Chappelle calling out DJ Khaled. It's like, hey, DJ Khaled, you are Palestinian, right? Like, these are your people, right? Why haven't you said anything? Now the time, like, it's safe to say stuff.
So we know most likely why he's not. We know there's massive influence and control in the industry, in the music industry, in Hollywood, by the handlers of the artists. There's massive controls in place. So on one hand, you could say he doesn't actually give a crap. On another hand, you could say whether that's true or not, does he even have a choice if his handlers are saying you're not allowed to do that? So we're speculating here because he won't say anything publicly. What we can do, Kit, and this is why this is important in being in HOLLYWOKE. We call it HOLLYWOKE. Being HOLLYWOKE is also about being Zio Hollywood, because it's about staying in line, doing the thing that you're supposed to do, and keeping your mouth shut about things you're supposed to keep your mouth shut about. That's how you stay in the club here. And you can feel it in the air. That's how Hollywood works. So the more important question we need to ask ourselves is not so much whether DJ Khaled is going to do something or not do something. What are we going to do about it? Besides Dave Chappelle making a funny joke, because he's great at that. He's great at calling BS when he sees it. What is everyone else going to do about it? What other responsibilities do we have in Hollywood for the ones that have more courage? Can they call him out? Besides Sneeko at the gym, can we do more? Mm-hmm. So I'm going to play this clip. I thought this was interesting. A take on it. Mark Lamont Hill goes on the Joe Budden podcast and I guess tries to, I don't say justify, but he tries to explain why not somebody else may or may not want to also call out DJ Khaled or not call it out. So he's going to try to explain this, justify this. Okay, I said justify. Yeah, he's going to try and justify to us why it might not be a good idea to say anything.
Okay,
yes.
Wait a minute.
What are you saying? All of this is at risk? Yeah, it is at risk, and you do it anyways. That's the point. He's justifying for him. This is.
I would go on further. Okay, let's say Khaled's playing the long game. You don't say anything. Late at night, probably, when he's brushing his teeth. I don't think he'll probably do it, but someday, years from now, he'll be haunted looking in the mirror, seeing the faces of the dead, wishing that he spoke up. Because the history books will be writing this, however it's written, but we'll all know the truth with the dead bodies. So yeah, look yourself in the mirror. And if you can look yourself in the mirror and think you could live with it, fine. But that is your soul that you'll have to deal with. That is your price that you'll have to pay. And somewhere deep inside, even in the most vile person, there is that ounce of good. I know, there is. Where one day you'll realize, I wish I did this. I wish I was this brave. I wish I did speak out. Yeah. What would happen if I did say something? Because now that you can't say anything, you're right now projecting the fact of you're okay with it. And because you're okay with it, what else are you okay with not speaking out about? He'll have to look himself in the mirror. And if there is an afterlife, you'll have to go before the boss man. All right. And when the boss man asks what you've done, when you could have done good even with all the power and money I've given you, what did you do? Did you covet it? Or did you help your brother?
Yeah.
And he didn't do anything. So he's quiet about it.
He's quiet.
Yeah. So he's fine. If he could live with it, then I'm not expecting him to say anything anymore. He's not needed. He is not needed.
And for all of you out here in HOLLYWOKE land that still think that the priority right now is DEI and equal representation in these AI films. By the way, AI films that are being just pushed out, just void of any human vision or any real artistry. You think that that's the thing you need to be in the street about is DEI, and you're okay with the Zionist overlords of this town, of this industry, canceling anybody who has something to say about Palestine. Just know this. Right now, there's over 1 million Israelis are living in Israel right now off of our financing. Of what we give them. We give them free healthcare. We give them free education. We give them free land that's not theirs. We give them free homes. We give them free plane tickets. We give them everything. Meanwhile, right here in the US, particularly right here in Hollywood, this is what our Walk of Fame has turned into. So think about this. Even if you want to keep your mouth shut about Palestine, this is happening right here in the land of Hollywood, the land of hopes and dreams. This is the Walk of Fame, Hollywood Boulevard, right now. Feel those stars? This is a side street right off the strip. These are all they're all hooked on fentanyl. That's what's going on here. You see the contortionists going on. This is another it's part of Hollywood. There we go, back to the stars. So all those stars are all the famous people. All the famous people that came before them. Before, when it was glitz and glamour and red carpets. Now, of course, the red carpets still go on, and you'll never see this on TV when they air the award shows. But if you're not going to get upset about Gaza because you're not allowed to, or you don't really care, whatever the reason is, do you care about your own hometown? Do you care about your city of hopes and dreams and red carpets and pizzazz and all that stuff? I don't know. When is it enough? When is it enough for you to say something is wrong with the system we're in, and just maybe our own entertainment industry has been rigged, isn't honest, and it's going in the wrong direction, and everything you thought you were doing as far as being an honest storyteller and wanting to entertain people and give them something to think about and be remembered for somebody who did some good, none of that is actually happening. And here we are. And you still have time. There's still time. You still have your followers. You still could do something now. But this is where we're at. That's Hollywood Boulevard. And here we are. This is HOLLYWOKE.
Are we still live on YouTube? Because there's something I think you could share on Rumble, but I think we're still live on YouTube, right?
We're still live on.
Okay.
On
all right, man. God, there's like just seeing all the people lying on the Hollywood stars. There's this thing from Fall Civilization podcast. I would love to share it with your audience. It's at the 3 hour 52:31 second mark, where it's about Egypt, and it's about like where are the people who once lived in these great mansions? Where are these great people who once lived in this great nation as the nation's in decline, as the Egyptian empire is in decline? It's so apropos for that moment. And every time I kind of walk in Chicago too, and I see downtown Chicago vacant, abandoned, homeless shelters all over the place, I'm just wondering, like, I remember when the streets were alive and buzzing, when buildings were filled with people, when there was this idea of upward mobility, and it just, I feel like I'm living in the husk of a skeleton now.
Yeah.
In my city.
Yeah. Wow. Man, this is didn't mean to be doom and gloom today, but guys, I mean, we gotta tell it how it is, man. We're kind of sick of the glitz and glamour, honestly, and that's why we have to break down. And we're not afraid to be honest about our own cities, our own hometowns. We want to show you guys. In fact, I think it's our duty to show what's going on. You do that all the time. Kit, showing what's going on right there on the streets of Chicago. We show you guys what's going on here in Hollywood. Not what they want you to tell you. What we're telling you, this is what's happening, and this is we're all feeling this destruction of our entire society and our whole way of life. Yeah, it's going in the wrong direction. It's going fast.
Yeah, and keep your heads on a swivel. There you go.
Yeah, keep your head on a swivel. All right, Kit CABELLO, man, thanks for being on with us today, and the co-hosting was great, man. Great having you, and you did a great.
I love it.
Yeah,
thank you.
Great job subbing in for Pasta.
You have co-hosted for me on my show. You have stood at my side when it mattered. And more importantly, you have been a voice for the voiceless. And so when people do good by me, I don't forget my friends and I do good by them. So Matt, you stood by me. That matters. Pasta, if you're watching, buddy, I love you, dude. I was more than happy to fill in to be a co-host. I cannot replace the Pasta. I cannot replace that, man. But hey, I love you, brother, with all my heart. And I want you to know that I want you to have a safe weekend. And I really enjoyed being on the show with you folks. I will be clipping today's show. Because I had to prep up to be ready for your show. So the clips will be available on Friday and Saturday. And of course, there's going to be a Friday live stream. It's going to probably be a short one, but that way people can tune in, and just be safe. And I'm really grateful for all the support that we're getting here at Hardlands Media too. I just hope that all my BS is one day done. That's it. And then I can live a very beautiful life. And that's all I want. Me and Daniel, we just want to just get on with our lives and live beautiful, beautiful, beautiful lives in peace as we should. So there you go.
Yeah. Well, we got your back 100% here on the Homeless Left, Kit. You guys are troopers, you're fighters, and we know, you're like Gerard Butler in 300. You're not going to go down without the biggest fight in the world. I mean, it's heart and soul. You're wearing it on your sleeves. You got your armor, you got your swords off, and you're saying Spartan. You're saying Hardlands. So we got you back, man. Before you go, I'm going to play one little fun clip because it's our old buddy Bernie. We didn't cover Bernie today. So I just thought this would be a fun one just to go out. This is Bernie. I mean, this is you're going to love this one. This is I don't know if you saw this. This is his little unprovoked speech. So he does a little unprovoked. It's Bernie and it's unprovoked. It's a little fun one. Here we go. This is funny. Here we go. And he does 2 for 1. This is a 2 for 1 unprovoked Bernie. Here we go.
Here we go.
The world appropriately condemned Russia for its unprovoked attack against Ukraine.
Oh!
The world appropriately condemned Hamas for their unprovoked terrorist attack against Israel.
2 unprovoked. I forgot one little Freudian slip. You want to hear it one more time?
One more time.
This is he actually says Iran. Interesting.
What?
Here we go. Yeah.
The world appropriately condemned Russia for its unprovoked attack against Ukraine. The world appropriately condemned Hamas for their unprovoked terrorist attack against Israel.
Oh, there's a lot there. He said the quiet part out loud. Go, Bernie.
Bernie, you've seen our old goat. Where would we be without you?
Yeah. Where would we be without you?
Where would we be? Where would we be without that senile old goat Bernie? Oh, well. But anyways, my friend, look, Matt, you are leading the way. I'm seeing how your channels grow on Rumble. I love it. Love seeing my people succeed. I'm seeing all my good people here too. I also want to give a shout out to somebody here too. Molly Littlebird, maybe you can relay this message, everybody. But Natalie Williams, one of my viewers, she recently had a scare with lung cancer. The nodule, not cancer at all. She's going to be okay. So there you go. And also shout out to Chanda as well, because she was hosting on the Missy Winston show on Due Dissidence. And Chanda is knocking out Terry the Tumor. So Terry the Tumor is getting people I know are knocking out cancer left, right, up. There's so much winning. There's so much winning happening. Yes, there might be doom and gloom, but there's some winning happening here. Yeah. Winning so much that our heads are spinning for days. So there you go. There you go. That's it. That's all that matters. So awesome. At the end of the day, shout out to Pasta. Pasta, love you, bro. All right, there you go. And of course, Matt, nothing but love for you, bro.
Hell yeah. Kit CABELLO, Hardlands Media, You love him. You know him. You love him. Follow him now, guys. Do yourself a favor. Follow Heartlands Media, all the platforms. Keep it going. Keep the love going. From LA to Chicago, Kate Cabello, thanks so much. We'll see you next time.
I'll see you around, guys. I got to get ready for movie night. We're going to have a fun movie night. So there you go.
Oh, hell yeah.
All right.
Awesome,
there
man.
you go.
Very
All right.
cool.
Peace, everybody.
All right, we'll see you. All right. Here we are, guys. Thanks for tuning in today to our Thursday show. We usually have Craig Pasta on as our co-host, but unfortunately he's been out a little bit here, and Kit filled in for him today. Damn it, I pressed the wrong thing. I always mess that one. Okay. StreamYard. Kit Cabela's filled in. He did a great job. I hope Craig's been watching. I hope Craig Pasta's been watching at home. Yeah. Kit, you nailed it, man. We love you, man. Love you. Okay. We're gonna save the last thing at the very end. We're gonna do one more. I think because we know what it's not for you, so we're gonna get to that at the end. But right now, I think it's time for you guys. It's time for engagement with you. So let's go ahead and do that. We're gonna go ahead and do talking back, not with Matt. This time with Leslie. Here we go. There she is.
There I am, and you can hear me fine.
Oh, we got you. I think there might be a little echo if you want to turn down a little bit.
I'm going to change something. 1 second.
Yeah. But your picture's great, so I don't think we have any internet issues. So that's awesome.
Okay, what about now?
Oh, that's perfect. That's perfect.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. We have a million comments today. I'm just going to read a few. I know I say that every week I'm on about a few, and it ends up being at least half an hour, but this time it'll be a few. And we picked out quite a few here. I'll read those. But yeah, it's so awesome having Kit on the show. I always feel happy and refreshed every time I listen to him. Kit, if you're still watching, I go to work and I put your podcast on and I listen every single day. So
she does.
Last person that's commenting on your chat, that's me. It's always a pleasure. It's really cool having him on. And Pasta, if you're watching, we miss you. We hope you're okay and feeling well and happy. I guess, I don't know, Matt, happy 4th of July to everyone or not. I don't know. We're leaving the country for a few days.
Yes.
For a tiny vacation or maybe a tiny protest. I don't know. What do you think, Matt? Why are we leaving?
There's a few reasons. We took an opportunity because it is a holiday, and just LA has just been a little nuts lately. We've been in the middle of it. You guys know we've been covering the protests. We've been out in the streets. We've been out with the ICE stuff. We've been out there, covering for a lot of different places. We've been on RT doing, telling people what's actually happening because you're not going to get it on TV. So we've been through a lot this year. We had you guys know we had the fires back in January. This is the halfway mark of the year. I think people forget that True. July, we talk about July 4th, but this is, July 1st is technically the halfway point of the year. So it's a good time. It's a good time for everyone. It's like a little halftime. So I think it's perfect for us to just kind of get out. And I'm just pointing this I'm going to tag this at the end. You guys know, and we're going to probably get to some questions, comments from the Top Censored News, where we told you about these, crazy ideas of false flag operations going on over the weekend. So just with all of that going on and us not really getting a chance to have a breather, why not just do it? Why not just go out of town for a couple days, take a breath, come back, reset, recharge, and get to the second half of the year? That's what I look at it. So I'm excited.
I'm excited too. And if anyone's going south of the border, we'll be there. So it's really awesome seeing our friends on here. And I think there's a lot of new names that I saw today. Really cool. Make sure and hit the like and subscribe button. I guess we'll start from the top. Oh, and
can we look at the YouTube and see if there's any, because we just started doing the super chats and we started doing, they're called super. So there's 3 things we're learning about this, because our last channel, we didn't get to do this because they just pulled the plug. This one, we just got this. So super chats, super stickers, and super thanks. I'm learning all this right now. So if there's any of that, I think they might stick out over the rest. If not, it's all good. But we want you guys to know, if you're on our YouTube right now, you can always throw one up. And what Leslie can do is we can put you to the front of the line if that does in fact happen. So
of course, yeah, we're gonna start doing that more. Yeah, but from YouTube, I don't know. I'm not sure if I see any. Maybe I'm not seeing it from my side, but thanks to Jasmine for tuning in. Of course, Zootzilla, as always. Do you see any, Matt?
I'm still trying to figure out these.
Well, I can start with.
I technically don't see any yet, but I'm throwing it out for people so they know it's there. If you want to do it while we're doing this, we'll definitely keep an eye on, and we'll cut you to the front of the line.
And by the way, that video that you posted kind of towards the end about Hollywood Boulevard, if you guys are not from Los Angeles, that video is very true to what's happening every single day here. And I'm talking about outside my house, we have tents in this, middle class, really nice neighborhood here. I'm talking about right outside of the hospital I work in. Matt, you see, all of us and doctors and plastic surgeons and all kinds of people walking by, a lot of unhoused people. It's really sad. We are living in a weird world right now, and it's just getting worse every single day.
Yeah.
I see new people and very young people, younger than me, people out in the streets. And I have found needles and spoons and things laying next to these people. And I don't know, I feel like 911 is being they've been overused with, people calling, reporting either really sleepy person on the street or a dead body. It's just heartbreaking. It's really, really bad. And I'm not mad at those people. I'm mad at the system. I'm not going to punch at these people. I'm mad at the overall picture at the system. So just wanted to throw that in before I forget. I'm sure there's comments about it later.
Well, the fentanyl in the streets is by design. If they wanted that not to be there, it wouldn't be there. I mean, we've seen this before in the 80s. The crack addiction going on in the ghetto was on purpose. That was planted. The crack cocaine was a CIA operation. You get people hooked on the substance, and then you can amp up the prison industrial complex, and then not to mention the fear factor that you can implement and get people scared of a certain type of person. Now it's happening to white people, but so I don't know if this time it's about race warring, but I do think it's about getting people at the bottom of the barrel down as low as possible. So we are struggling just to so we'll see these people and we'll go, oh, we don't want to be like that, or it could be worse, but it's everybody is struggling to live day to day, struggling to make rent. Then your priority isn't going to be to investigate shit and to say, I want to get to the bottom of this. Your priority is, can I make rent, or is my cell phone going to get cut off? And then you look out and you see these fentanyl addiction, and the fentanyl, I think it's by design, Leslie. I think it's there, and you see it's the contortionist stuff going on. It's very bizarre. It's very Walking Dead-ish. It's very.
It really is. It's really strange and very scary. And these people aren't worried about food or housing or safety anymore, or water.
Yeah.
They're worried about getting their next fix.
Yeah.
It's so sad. And of course, thousands of people are dying every day from this. Young people. It's really heartbreaking.
Yeah.
Okay. And then the Bernie video, we saw that earlier. We'll get to that. Let's start from I guess the start comments, Matt, from the beginning at 12:33. Longtime listener, thank you for tuning in. Elon would do better just flooding the Libertarian Party with money and taking it over if he wants insane budget cuts. Oh, Elon.
Yeah. He would do better, but I don't think I think his intent, and we didn't talk about too much today, but I spoke about this with Fiorella and with Garland Nixon yesterday. We talk about there might be a psyop in place here where that's his job, is to say, I have an idea. I got a third party for you guys. Because the Libertarian was kind of a dead end this time with the Chase Oliver thing, but I'm starting a brand new party. It's called the American Party. And it's just designed to get people to, Pied Piper them over here, and then when it comes time to election, you put them right back over here, and you just make people think that change is happening. You make them think we're listening to you. We want the people to have a choice. It's like we've been trying to do this for years. This is not a new idea, new concept of give the people a choice. It's always give the people a choice until it's time to vote. When it's time to go to the polls, now it's okay. You had your fun. Now it's the two people running. You better get on board and vote for the candidate that you're supposed to vote for. Well, what about the? Oh yeah, no, don't worry about that. So he could just be doing that by design. So look out for the American Party. I can't wait to see what the platform is on that one.
And what bills they're proposing.
Yeah.
Let's see. Molly Little Bird, who lives in, I think, was it Northern California? I'm just wondering how things are in general in California. We live in Southern California, so we can kind of see it firsthand. But with the protests, are there a lot of No Kings protests as well in Northern California? Of course there are. And about the fentanyl that we see here in LA, which is, we just talked about, it's horrible. It's really bad. So I was just wondering about Northern California. But anyway, Molly Little Bird, thanks for being here. I think the whole show, Big Beautiful Blunder. Big Beautiful Blunder bill. Oh my gosh. And you know what? I'm glad you and Kit talked about that, Matt, as it was being passed, or I think it was passed this morning. So I'm glad you guys got to talk about that on time.
Yeah, it happened like within minutes of us going live. Yeah. So we just had to report the big news. Big Beautiful Blunder is probably the nicest I've heard it be talked about, and it's still pretty bad, but we like it. Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, Blunder is almost like I like the triple B there, Molly, but almost we're almost giving him a little bit of an excuse, like it was an accident, when it was clearly everything in there's by design, and the military stuff is what we're focusing on. But oopsie, I made a blunder, but it's funny. I like that. I like the BBB, but it's yeah, there's a bunch of funny names for it. So yeah, thanks for that.
Yeah, I've been scrolling through social media since that happened, and people are really creative. And it's not like really a laughing matter, but people are really creative. So I guess you got to find the humor in things.
Speaking of which, how about the next one, Chatter X, right?
Yeah,
we got another creative one.
It seems they're gonna bomb. Oh, sorry. It seems they're gonna drop some big, beautiful bombs. Yeah, keep it rolling.
Big, beautiful bombs. There you go. There you go.
Thanks, Chatterax.
Yeah.
Next one's me. I don't have to read this out loud, but I was just commenting about all the money that we spend. How much exactly, Matt, for weapons of mass destruction? Meanwhile, we have, of course, so many homeless people here, so many people without health care, and so many more people that will have less health care, less coverage in the future. So many people that have been denied health care by these the owners of these corporations and insurances. It's really horrible.
Oh yeah,
and I am very worried.
You know who does have health care is Israelis.
That's right. Yes, they do.
We pay for it. So
I was going to say, how do they get free health care? We want some of that. Oh wait, it's paid by our hard-earned coin, isn't it?
Oh yeah, yeah, it's good for them.
Which should go at 12:37. Zara Sultana has just resigned from the British Labour Party. She's joining Corbyn to set up a new socialist party.
Oh, really?
Thank you. Where should go?
Interesting.
Look into that.
Well, we'll look into that. That's okay. Well, I'll take a look at that socialist party. Okay. Didn't know that. Thank you for that. Where should go?
Molly Little Bird again. The Dems only pretend to be interested in helping people when the Republicans are in power. Yes. When they are in power, they only give excuses. That's exactly right. And you know what? I think a couple of people had some messages back and forth. This is what we have seen since, I don't even know, since when, Matt? Since forever with the Democrats. They run on things that we care about and that we love. Yeah,
you don't need many examples of it. I mean, we have so many of them, but to me, it's so crazy that you just can't. All you got to do is point one of them out, and you can see when you tell them about, hey, you guys, you know that they're having you come out for women's rights right at the time when it's convenient to blame it on Republicans. You know that, right? Like, you know, that's a game. And they go, no, what are you talking about? And it's like, remember we went to the one downtown and they were like on the loudspeaker going that we have to go protest at the Supreme Court justices' houses. And we're like, that's not a thing. You knew the Supreme Court justices were going to vote against Roe v. Wade. That's what they were, conservative judges. You're not going to do any. What's your plan? Go get mad at the Supreme Court justices. Why don't you go get mad at go protest outside Pelosi's house and Biden's house? Right. They're the ones who lied to you and said Biden was going to codify Roe v. Wade. Oh no, we don't want to. We don't want to think too hard about that. So you're only mad when you want to blame it on the Republic. You don't want to go hold your own party accountable for deceiving you and only pushing things when they don't have power to do it. That's all. But you can't talk about this with them.
No, you can't talk about this with them. They're very tribal, and if you dare criticize anything in the Democratic Party, you're all of a sudden. Well, there's a lot of names that I've been called, honestly.
Yeah.
Since I've been a Democrat my whole life, I think you know that, Matt, and a lot of people know that. But it wasn't until a few years ago where I started learning, and this is a bunch of crap because the things they run on, they don't even do them. So they run on things that we really care about, and they're all liars. All of them are liars, left and right. Red or blue. But if I dare criticize something on the blue side, I get attacked and you lose friends over it. And everyone's so mad at you and people are yelling at me anyway. Molly Little Bird, you're completely right. Yes. A little later, let's see, longtime listener. America's faults are nothing like anyone else's. They're far worse than anyone else's when it comes to mass incarceration. Yep. Inequality, poverty, homelessness, imperialist genocide. Absolutely. I really like this comment.
Yeah. Well, the incarceration, just so you guys know, we still are #1 in the world per capita of incarceration rates. And that's thanks to the crime bill in the 90s that was penned by, I don't know if he actually penned it, but he spearheaded it in the Senate. Joe Biden, head of the Senate, passed it over to Bill Clinton, who signed it into law. It's very right-wing policy. If you got anybody who thinks that Bill Clinton was a left-wing president, I mean, but the crime bill was been the worst one of all. That's the one that really privatized the criminal system. The point of every single head is money in the pocket, and why not? Of course, you're targeting people who can't defend themselves, giving them shitty representation that's going to tell them to take plea deals on crimes they didn't commit, that they know they didn't know. Everyone knows they didn't commit them, but they don't have any choice because the public defender told them take the plea deal. Now you have a strike. You got especially here in California, we had the 3 strikes thing. I mean, it's insane. Yep. And then of course, if you get a quarter size, you have a quarter size of crack, you're out for life. That's what Biden did that. It's so funny that he was talking about a quarter size of crack, the most racist thing. This racist tirade about how a dark black person in an alleyway, you won't see him because he's dark skinned. He's going to come attack your mom, attack your daughter. We're going to lock him up for life, take everything. We're going to drain his bank account, take his car. If he has a quarter of crack, he's done. We're like, that's funny, Joe Biden. Your son had a quarter of crack, a bunch of quarters of crack, and he filmed it. Oh, my son, he needs help. Because he's going through stuff. He's going through stuff.
Mental health disorder.
Yeah.
He gets a free pass.
White people in power have to go through healing. Black people who you can't see in alleyways because they're going to rape your mother, they aren't going through any mental crisis. They need to be
just
taught
criminals.
a lesson.
Yep.
There's your incarceration. I didn't mean to focus on that because long-time listener gave us a whole list. Every one of those are spot on. I just wanted to point that one out because people don't necessarily know that one, but every one of theirs is spot on. Thanks for that.
And you wonder why people don't like Americans. A lot of locals from other countries and places, they don't really like us. And
Probably
for a long time when I was, what's that?
It's because of the last thing on that list. That's why.
Yeah,
yeah.
When I was a Vote Blue CNN watcher as a teenager and in my 20s and probably early 30s, I was also like, why does the whole world hate us? Why do I hear stories of French people like giving us the stink face? And now I'm learning in the last few years, oh, well, I know why now. Like, I don't even like us, Matt.
Yeah.
Next.
Yeah.
From Jamie, no kings equals vote blue no matter who pep rally. Yeah, that's pretty much what it is.
You know what I love is being on Garland. Garland Nixon gave us, we took a little pause. I don't know if this is the last show. It was the one before where he looks up the no kings. So you want to see who's sponsoring it, who's funding it. And we already knew it was the heiress of Walmart. We knew Christy Walton, she was funding the first one, 1.0. Now we got this 2.0. We got this Zionist couple that's spearheading it now. These are the same old hands off NATO people, right? Hands off this, only can talk about that. Trump with a swastika sign. That's an approved sign. Free Palestine, not an approved sign. So you always look at the funding of who's funding these things. And it's amazing when you find out that these groups don't exist or haven't been in action since the 80s, or clearly were just created now to make it look like that there's these backings, but it's all these NGOs and there are all these shady things that don't actually have any substance to them. And the reality is that just the billionaire class buys these things up, makes you think that it's a community of people coming together for the same. No, it's not.
Yeah.
It's not. It's these fake ass companies. And they tell the real groups out there that are anti-war, they tell them, oh, you can come, but leave your signage at home. We don't want your signage. You leave that shit at home. You can show up. You can't talk about
Here's one of
anti-NATO.
ours.
Yeah,
Mhm.
that's it. That's the instruction. So people don't know that. But yeah, vote blue no matter who. Pep rally. That's exactly what it is.
And I don't want to punch down at people that go there with good intent.
Yeah.
I still say make your own signage, make your own poster. That's what I did last time.
Bingo.
And I go as a protester, and I go as a, I guess, medic, or someone there if you need water or food or first aid because they shoot at people. And I made my own little sign. Now I'm not sure how many people read it or how many people even cared or know what it meant. But hey, go out and protest. Still do it. Just write why you're protesting, and don't hold one of their signs. I see that they mass printed the No King sign when we went. And if we were to interview some of those people, I'm not really sure why they would be there other than get this dictator out of office, impeach him or something.
We did interview a few people, and then we told them
Oh,
about
yeah, you're right.
Yeah. And some of them, they just either they didn't care. They go, what does it matter? Or they said, okay, well, so what? I'm a billionaire.
Yeah,
They go, well, what is it? What are they buying? And I try to explain. I go, what they're buying is the ability to control the narrative and print. Oh, so they're printing signs. So what? I go, but okay, so they make it like, who cares? But I'm like, you guys saw it. You guys saw that big ass sign, the one in New York. It was like the big one that made all the press. It was on the cover. The sign is directly from Christy Walton and the Walmart family. On the sign, it was a little FU to them, a little tongue-in-cheek messaging where it says, stop the billionaires. And it's like, you are the billionaire printing the sign about stuff. So it's a fake out. It's a deep fake. So you're like, you're walking with this big sign in the middle of New York City. You're like, stop the billionaires, no more billion. And you're like, do you know who printed that sign? It's a billionaire. So I'm just saying, like, that's just so, but they'll still say, so what? Who cares? I could still do it. I go, but you need to know this. This is how real movements get destroyed. They get destroyed by getting captured and then getting maneuvered to the thing that's off the point of why you started in the first place. And that's how you ruin movements. Like Black Lives Matter got ruined like that. Was supposed to be a movement that challenged the prison industrial complex, what we talked about earlier. And it's a lot more complicated than let's lock up a racist cop and then say we stopped police brutality, because that's not what we did. It wasn't Derek Chauvin as a uniquely racist cop. We needed to teach him a lesson, and now we can go back to normal. Well, we didn't get to the prison industrial complex problem, which targets, yes, it targets minorities. It targets anybody that doesn't have power, anybody that doesn't have access to attorneys, anybody who's stuck in a system that works against them. And the police are trained by Israel, are trained by the idea. So it didn't let it evolve to that natural place that it should have gone to, because the companies, the corporations came in top down, bought it up. NBA has their players with the Black Lives Matter on their jerseys, and then they tell you to vote for Biden, which they did. The guy who created the crime bill, the guy who created the freaking crime bill, is the guy who created the prison industrial complex, amped it up in the 90s, and now you say vote for him, Black Lives Matter. It doesn't make any sense. But anyways, look at the past to know what's happening now. It's the same pattern where they take something and they destroy it on purpose.
Speaking of sports, what happened with the Dodgers? That they were, they were really silent over the whole ICE raids, and then they got called out for it, and finally they said something. I was just thinking about sports and the people that do speak out, and the corporations that sponsor these protests. So there'll be a lot of no to ICE protesters, which I also support. Just wanted to say that out loud.
The no to ICE is important. The abolish ICE is important. That's good. We just also need to educate people on what's going on there, and why do we think that all of a sudden a month or two ago, it was like 6 weeks now, when Trump was able to get these ICE raids into full force. What was the timing? You guys have to be curious. Why now? Up until then, he had only averaged 600 deportations per day. Oh, that's a lot. I know it sounds like a lot. 600 a day. Obama was doing 1,200 a day. So he was doing half of that. So everybody was afraid of, oh, Trump, the guy who likes to deport people. No, Obama deported double on a daily basis.
But
why
Matt,
did the ICE raids?
CNN wasn't covering that.
Yeah, they don't want you to know
on.
that part. So the ICE raids were real. People were petrified. It was traumatic. We saw it happen. But why did it amp up? What happened there? So when we say abolish the ICE, we're saying the Palantir contract that was in place and the big beautiful bill was starting in motion, and Palantir was getting these military contracts. Palantir is the technology they implemented into ICE that did those raids. I want people to know that. So we say abolish ICE, say abolish Palantir, stop Palantir. Put those things together. They need to go together. And then you can make the full connection to the IDF and Israel and our military policies and our AI technology, where we target people in Gaza too. We kill children with the same technology that we're doing. The ICE raids in LA is the same technology targeting people to deport at the Home Depot. Is this in LA here? Is the same technology they're using to target the back of children's skulls in Gaza who are now dead. That's so let's draw the connection and be mad about that, not just about a uniquely racist president, because it was never really about immigration. It was about getting people scared to death, taking to the streets, and then punishing those people with this technology that serves them right if they're going to act up and attack police. Again, it's not the attack. It's they create this state. You put these provocateurs in place to make it to amp up the looking like the crowd's out of control, which it then became out of control, and then the police are fighting back. It's insane. It's chaos, total chaos. Now you punish everyone with Palantir technology, put everyone on a database. It was always about that, but immigration is the way to do that. So look at the timing, look at the historical context, look for patterns. That's the best thing we can do here. But make no mistake, the ICE raids are real, and absolutely, if you want to get a sign and go out there this weekend, do it. Abolish ICE, abolish Palantir, the whole thing.
And these raids are totally awful. They're horrible. They traumatize people. I've seen countless videos of them, and it's really heartbreaking. Myself coming from a family who immigrated, and not once in their life have they committed a crime. They have paid taxes for decades, and they're great members of society. It's been really hard for me. But anyway, let's move on, because I said I'd be a short time here, and I'm not.
I think we're doing good.
The one after, okay. The one after Jamie, I'm not sure how to pronounce this, but Envy My Lily. Sorry if I'm saying it wrong. They're all bad people who will save the people. Democrats? Nope. Republicans? Nope. And that's totally right. It's neither one of them. Who's going to save us, Matt? We're going to save each other.
You just got to get out of the two-party mindset, the duopoly. It's really a uniparty, and we just got to get out of it. So yeah, just keep saying it over and over. Let people know. People didn't make a mistake by voting for Trump as much as they were disappointed by voting for Trump. But don't think for a second that, oh, they should have voted for Kamala. That would have changed things. That's not the point. The point is, if you made a mistake at all, it was thinking that somebody in the red or the blue was going to do something different. They didn't. So I get you. You have to challenge. You have to punish the Democratic Party for what they did for 4 years to people. But now Trump is showing you that it's not. It doesn't matter, red or blue. You're screwed. So we got to just keep saying this over and over. So we appreciate the comment. Keep telling people they both suck. We don't wish that Kamala was president now instead. It's the same shit. You just have a different way you spin it. You a different way you do it. Palantir is still getting these contracts, just so you know. This isn't
she would be doing it with a smile on her face and holding rainbow flags and saying the right things to some of my peers. Okay.
Exactly.
Around 1 p.m. Which Chico, thanks for tuning in. Even if we somehow avoid nuclear war, the future is still looking extremely bleak. F the psycho predator ruling class. With you on that, man.
Yeah. Thank you for that one.
And my Lily again. I hear so many people that see people getting beaten or killed in different cities, and people just walk by, leaving them to die. What the F? Seriously, yeah. No way would I do that. That person needs help. Help. With you on that too, Envy, my Lily. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you for that.
IB Cat 1. IB Cat 1. The psychopathic hoarders of wealth and power have literally soiled every institution in the land.
Well said.
Oh.
Yeah. No, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I was going to read IB Cat's message after. That's a cute dog, by the way. Is that a pumpkin hat? That's cute.
Oh yeah. That's
I think he's wearing a pumpkin hat.
That's cute.
All
right.
Take some little comfort in knowing your anguish isn't being suffered alone. My entire sleep pattern has been utterly destroyed by this reality. And I think this is when we were talking about the everyday happenings in Gaza and countless videos that are coming out every single minute of the day for how many days already, and how the whole world is watching. And you've seen me, Matt, cry myself to sleep and wake up in a dark state because I'm thinking about this too. Millions of people are with Gaza and we're suffering together. I can't imagine what they're going through, but in a same way, in a level, in a way lesser level, obviously I'm suffering with them too.
Yeah.
Almost feel hopeless here. I don't know what to do. Thank you for that comment. Miss Pumpkins, I haven't watched movies at a theater in over 40 years. So I don't want to get a Zionist any more of my money than I have to. And I know we talked about Netflix as well. I don't want to support them either. I'll just leave it there. I don't want to support them.
We just have to be a little more picky choosy about what we sign up for.
Independent films.
Yeah. And
I don't want to go to Disney.
That's a good point. Going to Disney. Yeah.
And why is it so expensive?
Well, they need they need to afford their lifestyle.
To pay their mansions. People in lower socioeconomic, households, they can't afford to go to those places. Anyway, that's a whole nother topic. Thank you, Miss Pumpkin. Switch to go again. Yep, dumbing us down is exactly what they want. Yes, they do. They don't want us to have a thought of our own. That's why CNN and MSNBC and ABC, all those, even, of course, Fox, they tell us what to think so we can regurgitate that to our neighbor and our friends and family, and then we start arguing, right, Matt? They don't want us to have a thought of our own. They want to dumb us down, for sure.
Yeah, exactly.
Jokers for you, as always, awesome to have you on. They are very confident in using AI to automate physical force control of everyone. Ooh, no more consent, no more carrots, no more entertainment.
Yeah, we had this discussion with
live music. Yeah, sorry.
We were having this discussion with Kit, and I'm glad he was on for this because there's a lot of parts to this. There's a lot of parts to how people are responding to this. Our duty as I don't know what you want to call us, but we're people that have some sort of even small influence. But we engage with people. We present information. So whether whether it's journalism or entertainment, we care? Do our fellow presenters and entertainers, and do they care? And I think we determined that the journalists, at least in our space, in the independent media space, we care. We're going to put that extra work in and make sure that we're reporting things accurately more than ever because of the AI. But what I think we determined in this conversation with Kit is that there's a lot of people that don't care, mostly in the entertainment element of it, not the responsibility of reporting a story, but maybe they just don't care because they can get AI to write their script and do their pitch and they don't. And
I guess so. Yeah.
And part of it, it's almost like it shows, it kind of exposes that they never were genuine in the first place because they just wanted that. And I'll say it, the star on Hollywood Boulevard, that was always their motivation the whole time.
You mean like Gal Gadot?
It was always their motivation. Yes, like Gal Gadot. And the footage we played, how interesting that the footage we played of what Hollywood Boulevard actually looks like right now on the Walk of Fame. But that actually is their motivation. That's what it is. So when AI gets introduced, they think it's this is great. Now I don't have to pretend that I had something to say. I never had anything to say. I just wanted to look at Tell me where to look. Give me my lines. Let me fake a tear. And hopefully one day I'll get a Gal Gadot celebration and say Israel first in the process and F Hamas while I'm at it. And, you know, there's not going to be any space for you left on that Hollywood Boulevard because of all the fentanyl overdoses going
Well,
on.
don't worry. They're going to clean that up for what's coming up. Is it
Yep.
the Olympics? Is it the Olympics?
Oh, yeah. You're not going to see it. Oh, good call. You're not going to see any of that. Oh, as soon as
It's
that's
the Olympics, right?
That's coming up. Well, that's not till 2028, but
Well, they're going to need a few years to clean that up because it is a hot mess here.
actually there might be something going on here with the summer game, or there might be a 2026 thing first. They might be
Yeah, I
preparing
thought
for
there was
that, you know.
something coming up next
There
year.
is something in 2026 coming up next year, so they'll clean it up for that. And then when the big one 2 years after that, that's going to be, oh man, that's why they're doing all the land grabs here. All the you guys, we're going to see another few of these accidental.
There was a new fire at Riverside. I don't know what's going on with that one.
Yeah, they got to do land grabs and get people out of the single family units and do and have the banks buy up all the property, and then they can, you know, make sure the tourists all have a great time during the Olympics while there's nobody here that lives here actually owns anything anymore. And by the way, you're not insured. You lost your fire insurance. Oopsie, a month before. That sucks. Thank you, State Farm. Thank you for that one.
I'm going to read a comment when you guys were talking about DJ. Is it Khaled? DJ
Yeah,
Khaled?
Khaled. I guess it's Khaled, yeah.
In the very beginning of this, I was like eagerly waiting. DJ Khaled?
Yes.
You must do what's right. You have to speak out for the people, especially because you are the people. I mean, people like us that have no power, and we have no family from Palestine. We're speaking up, but this guy has so much power and influence and money. So nothing has been said like you guys were talking about. So I'll read Jokers for you. He wrote a comment that I think you have also on your Facebook or your I don't remember. If you are neutral, I don't know what time it was, Matt. If
you don't have the time? Okay.
If you are neutral in situations of injustice, you have chosen the side of the oppressor. Desmond Tutu. So you have that posted in one of your socials. I don't remember.
Oh, I have that as it's Desmond Tutu. It's a quote I have at the top of my Facebook. So yeah, thanks. That's great. That's the same sentiment, and I'm glad that's being shared not just by me on my own thing. So that's Jokers for you that did that. I can't find it, but I got it. Here we go. There we go.
Yeah, it's a little complicit to me.
This is the conversation, yes, that the podcast people were having on that Joe Budden podcast, and they were trying to maneuver around the fact that do we have a responsibility to say something? Does DJ Khaled have a responsibility? Do we have a responsibility to say something to DJ Khaled when you have a massive following and influence? Should you be doing what even that's, I know the Sneeko thing, but that, I mean, good for him for doing that, going to the gym, airing that on his, or whatever he did of live. I don't know what he did there, but he put the phone on him and the guy walked right by, and
that was the gym.
That was at the gym. Yeah. He said,
wait, DJ Khaled goes to the gym.
Obviously he's not working out. That's what's so funny. He's there just to do an appearance. Everything he does is just for, it's not real. He has an entourage. You guys saw that. Do we want to see that clip again?
He had a lot of.
If you guys missed it, let's play it again. Let's play it again. This is this piece of crap doesn't even have. No, he's not there to do the gym. He's there to be seen. Here it is. This is a Sneeko calling him out on his live feed. About free Why can't he say free Palestine? Wants to fist bump, but wants to stay silent. Here we go.
DJ Khaled, hold on. That's DJ Khaled right there. Hold on.
DJ's my boy. I'll introduce you.
Hey, you fucking Palestine? Tell him free Palestine. Free Palestine, DJ Khaled. Free Palestine. Free Palestine. Free Palestine. He didn't say it. He's glad. I mean, he was cool about it.
So let me see. Jokers for you wrote a comment. In Khaled's case, they probably have something on him that he's aware of, and he is trapped. Maybe, probably, I suppose.
Well, yeah. I mean, you're trapped in. I mean, there's different ways to be trapped. If you're blackmailed, there's a thing called, we know with the P Diddy, and we ran out of time on the show today. I'm still going to do the RFK story, by the way, but P Diddy, the whole, like, we know that he learned the techniques from his co-founder of Bad Boys. That was his mentor who founded Bad Boy Records with him in 1993. Learned the techniques. It's called sexual blackmail. It's a tactic they implemented, and they put it right into. And I say they. Who's they? Who's they, Matt? Well, you have the Mossad working with the CIA, and they know how to infiltrate these institutions like the music industry, specifically the hip hop industry, and you can do you implement sexual blackmail. And so P Diddy learned how to do that because it was done to him. And then he said, "Oh, well, now you can do it to others." So then that's where you get your white parties and your whole. I'm going to bring in Justin Bieber. I'm going to bring in Usher. We're going to do things so that, so he's learning. The abused becomes the abuser. And there's a whole methodology to that. But that's just an example. So we don't know if DJ Khaled is part of the sexual blackmail, but once you understand that that's one technique, there's so many techniques. So it's not just bribing. It's not just, oh, he's a careerist. That's enough. I don't want to lose my career. That's enough for some people. I don't want to tell me what to do. I don't want to lose my career. But then there's bribing. There's there's different kinds of blackmail. There's blackmail so twisted that it's like Sophie's Choice type of shit. Like there's that level of which one are you going to choose, and it could mean death to loved ones and all that stuff. It can be pretty bad. But the sexual blackmail one is very interesting because it worked very well in the hip hop community. Very well. They were able to get these artists, like, the stuff they got on camera, the stuff they set them up to do. We cannot let anyone see this. This like homosexual behavior. Not to mention you're with underage girls, underage boys. I mean, it's insane the stuff that they can have on you.
Disgusting.
And then use it against you. And then you have no choice. You have no choice. Or do you? Could you still say, I'm going to sacrifice myself for something that's more important than, I don't know.
Let me read a few more and then I'll be done. I think we're still talking about Khaled or maybe Gaza. Molly Bird, one of the best, that's right after the Desmond Tutu comment. One of the best ways to stop the propaganda is not support it. Don't watch it. Don't use your money to support it and talk about it. And this goes, I started thinking about, for example, Jerry Seinfeld. We were avid watchers of the Seinfeld show, well, Seinfeld. And we had talked about, remember a few years ago, Matt, we talked about listening to Michael Jackson, which we won't get into, but I was like, I see the point that you're making, separate art from all the drama and the speculations, even the rumors and things like that. But now in Jerry Seinfeld's case, I just cannot watch Seinfeld, I think, ever again, because he is very honest about saying, I don't care about Palestine. And so he's complicit in this too. I can't separate the two. Just wanted to say that. It reminded me of Jerry Seinfeld.
And that's okay. If you can't separate Jerry Seinfeld, don't separate Jerry Seinfeld. And we shouldn't put Michael Jackson in that mix anymore, because now we know that Michael Jackson was framed and set up, and he's the most innocent. He probably had the most courage than most of these artists ever have. And we know that about Michael Jackson. The fact that he wrote a song about Free Palestine and Sony refused to put it out. And we saw it. I mean, we should do a follow-up on that story, because I think that we didn't do it service. I think people need to know this, what Michael Jackson went through.
We should do a story about Michael Jackson, because years ago, I was also like, weird stuff that, all the things that they accused him of. But now we know the truth, and I love him even harder now. I love him even more now. So no, nothing compared to these people. Nothing compared to Jerry Seinfeld. No way.
So we're putting him out of this conversation because we know the truth now about Michael. Let me put someone else in I guess what I'm saying is, let's not just apply a blanket rule about the artist, separate the art from the artist. It should be case by case. I think it should be case by case. So Jerry Seinfeld, you're everywhere. I get it, because I think that in the case of him, it's different than, I'm going to say a different person, R. Kelly. So let's talk about R. Kelly. So R. Kelly, the twisted shit he did, he's in jail, underage stuff, twisted stuff that it's even in his music. Like we can hear it. So I think that if that music comes on, it's cringy. You know, the whole you know, the whole and also his relationship with Aaliyah, right? And you had this
So
whole
weird.
like age ain't nothing but a number. Like he was
Yeah.
giving her lyrics to put in her underage albums because she was underage when she was putting her albums out and talking about age ain't nothing but a number. So all that stuff is twisted. So case by case, I would say this: aside from all that weird, freaky shit, he wrote a song called "I Believe I Can Fly," and a lot of young boys in tough communities, let's just call it tough communities, who all they had was a basketball in their hand, and it kept them out of gangs, kept them out of trouble, and they believed they could fly, like R. Kelly wrote in the lyrics. So I say that there's circumstances where you say that song is timeless. It says it did some good when it you know, and it's something that we can separate from that, from the Aaliyah and the peeing on 14-year-olds. And
Yeah, I agree with you. I think it's just maybe just me, specifically with Seinfeld, and looking at his face while he's acting, because that's
he's
just
not-
it's not really acting; it's just who he is. Pompous.
he's not doing anything great, inspiring. He's being himself on camera in the 90s, being the nonchalant, arrogant, I have no emotion. That's his character. I don't really care. I don't care about Palestine. You can see it in the show. And I don't care. There's a whole episode about one of the countless beautiful women that were rotated through every episode. He always had somebody, some hot chick. He was I'm over her. I'm over her. I'm over her. Oh, really? You're over her? You're over her? Over and over and over. And the one that called him out and said, why don't you ever show any emotion? He's like, I can't. So I get it. Like, that's hard to watch because you see him in real life saying, you say, why don't you show any emotion? Yeah. Why don't you, Jerry Seinfeld, why don't you show any emotion for Palestine? I don't care about Palestine. I don't care about Palestine. Sound like your character.
Yeah, it's truly who he is. Anyway, I think we can finish with that one. Freedom Finder 123. Thanks for tuning in. Those poor people. I wish we do housing first and provide safe spaces for people. This is when you posted the Hollywood Boulevard video. Thanks to everyone who tuned in. I think, let's see, One Cup was here as well. With Shigo, Longmeadow, Chatter X, Molly, Little Bird, everyone. Really cool conversations today. I really enjoyed interacting with pretty much everybody today. I missed Tanks. Where's Tanks? Let's see. Any last comments? There's so many more comments.
Oh, I saw this. We didn't get this in time. One Cup. We saw this. This is great.
Oh, yeah.
That one. Yes. Didn't get it into the lineup in time, but that's great news. Great news.
No, actually, it was debunked.
It was?
Yes. I think someone in the chat confirmed that. I was also like, I think there was a video.
Oh, Jokers for you. Oh, thank you. Okay. So we didn't, again, it's not in our lineup because we didn't spend enough time with it. So
we wish it was true. We'll say that. We wish it was true.
We wish it were true. We wish it were true.
But it looks like it was not true after all, unfortunately.
Got it. Thanks for, and you guys, good. This is what we got to do. We always got to double check stuff, especially when stuff's happening so fast and it breaks and, you know, we go on live. We don't have a whole team. We don't, contrary to popular belief, we don't have a team of people working, you know, around the clock behind us. We got to do what we got to do. So we appreciate all the help from you guys too.
Thank you guys. That I think we're done with the comments for today.
Okay.
I'll be on next time.
Thank you, Leslie. And we're going to be celebrating 4th of July this weekend. Everybody have a safe weekend. And
keep your dogs secured and your cats secured and your birds inside, please. So many animals run away from homes because they're horrified of all the noise. Please be careful. Please. I think the day after 4th of July is when the shelter pets, a lot of animals come into the shelter. It's really sad, you guys. Please secure your pets. Just wanted to end on that note. And happy holidays to people. Be safe. Get yourself an air purifier. I have like 3 all over the house. I think that would really help because fireworks, not great for the environment and to breathe all that crap in.
Yeah. Great.
But be
great
safe.
advice.
Be safe overall. And free Palestine. Free the people. Thank you, Matt.
Thanks, Leslie. Okay. Great. Okay. Man, what a good show today. You guys have been awesome. We appreciate all your engagement. I'm keeping an eye on the YouTube. I guess these are called stickers. I still got to figure this out. I don't see any super chats, but hey, you know what? It's all good. I think we got a couple last time on Tuesday, but we're going to focus more on those and any Rumble rants, put you guys to the top of the line. But either way, whatever it is, you guys are, however you choose to participate or however able you are to participate, we appreciate you. We appreciate you. Much love, much respect. Thank you guys. And we'll try to throw a few more comments up on the when we roll the credits at the end here. Actually, we do have to do official. I got to make an official credits. Like I think Jamie did one for Truthwire. It's pretty cool. We got to do one here, but we do roll an outro. So we'll throw up a few things for you guys then. We're going to do one more story for you. One more story. And I think it's one of you guys like this one. We get good reactions to this. When we post this segment on Rumble. We don't post it on YouTube, but you know what? We've been running it on YouTube, so we'll keep it running. And then, we don't like to overdo it on YouTube because we don't want to get that medical misinformation. The medical misinformation strike is really not good. Really not good. They literally tell you that the conversations we're having are unsafe for the community. They're dangerous, and that they're considered medical misinformation. We don't want to have anything like that happen. So I think we've gotten a lot better with it. Let me see, make sure we're all set up here. I think we are set up. But you guys know this segment. It's called, I'll tell you in a second. You guys know what we like to call it. It's our little tongue-in-cheek for how we cover big pharma stuff. So we might have figured out a way to crack the algorithm so we don't get that notice anymore that we're doing medical misinformation. Okay. Found everything. I think we're good. All right, final segment of the day. Sorry guys, give me 10 more seconds and we're good to go. Okay, here we go.
But the virus stops with every vaccinated person.
But this is a pandemic of the unvaccinated.
The conspiracy theory about this related to vaccine, you're right.
We have to really move at the speed of science.
Doctors are still baffled. They're looking into it. They don't know what's going on. So many medical disasters and medical happenings all over the place. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. But they are certainly looking into it. They're still baffled. But hopefully they're going to find out what is the cause. One of these days they're gonna figure out what's going on. But until then, they're not going to be able to tell us. But if there is one thing we know, is that we know what it's not. So RFK, we were told that the minimum that RFK Jr. was going to be able to do for us when he got into the HHS position, the Secretary of Human Services, Health and Human Services, we were told the minimum he was going to do is take some red 40 dye out of our foods. I think he pushed a little legislation there. That's only to get us closer in line with Europe. We still have horrible stuff in our foods. That hasn't really changed. There might be more warning labels. I think warning labels might be the best case scenario at the time. But what was the other thing? What was the other thing he promised right away on day one? He's going to get the ads, the pharma ads, off of our screens because they don't run them in any other country except one other country, and that is New Zealand. And that's it. And so it's US and New Zealand that pharma gets to run their shitty ads over and over as much as they want, right between NFL football timeouts and whatever you're watching movie of the week, whatever it is, they can run their ads, or Rachel Maddow cutting to an ad for Pfizer after she tells you to get the jab and you're never going to contact COVID. You're never going to transmit it. You'll be 100% protected. Cut to an ad for Pfizer. RFK told us those ads were no longer going to be running on our screens. Well, guess what? RFK Jr. went on Tucker Carlson to update the plan, I guess. Give us a little maneuver of what the plan was supposed to be. And he's going to tell you what the new plan is regarding the pharma ads. Let's see what that is. Take it away, RFK.
Authority as the Secretary of Health and Human Services to say no more pharma ads on television?
Well, you know, a lot of the pharmaceutical ads are misleading.
Yeah.
And even the music and the you know, the video, the photos that they show, the scenes that they show that's kind of speech, and it's misleading. It's sending a message. And if you take this drug, you're going to be riding jet skis and playing volleyball and, you know, and water skiing and
have a great looking spouse.
Right.
Happy kids.
The side effects, meanwhile, are rolling, you know, at 80 miles an hour, and that's misleading.
I'm going to pause there. So far, he's not telling us anything that he figured out or he looked into it, or we know all this. We know all this. This is totally how commercials work and how propaganda works. So, okay. So what's coming next? So they're misleading. Yes. So what? So what?
And so one of the things that we, you know, that we're looking at is making them be more honest about what they show.
We're looking into them being more honest about what they show. So the new stance for RFK Jr. regarding big pharma commercials is let's make them lie less. Not totally honest where it will be no lies. It's less lies, right? We want them to be closer to honesty than they are now. That's what he's going for. That's the plan now. Is there anything else than that? Let's see.
So that the public is, you know, and you know, this pharmaceutical advertising is insidious for a number of reasons. That's why they don't allow it anywhere else in the world. New Zealand has a very, very limited allowance of direct-to-consumer advertising.
Wow. So he's pointing out what we just showed you. You guys know New Zealand's the only other one. So they're very limited. So his plan is to get closer to New Zealand. See, we didn't know that. We thought New Zealand was exactly like us, where they can run stuff anytime. Apparently, we're the only ones that can just do whatever the hell, that the pharma companies can do whatever the hell they want, anytime they want, run as many fake commercials as possible, lying to us in the commercial. New Zealand actually has regulations on their commercials. So thank you for correcting us, RFK Jr. We're the only country that gives them a free pass to do whatever the hell they want. New Zealand has restrictions. So your new plan is to be more like New Zealand, not like every single other country other than the US and New Zealand. Your new plan is just to be more like them. Well, thank you for the breadcrumbs, I guess. Thank you for the breadcrumbs. That's what he's doing. That's the plan. That's the plan. So another bait and switch from RFK. Let's see what else is going on in RFK land. Oh, look at this. Dr. Jane Rubies tells us about Kennedy's ACIP vaccine advisory. Now, this was the advisory board that he famously now, I guess the big move was that he fired 17 of the people on that advisory panel and replaced them with 17 new ones. Well, guess what? The new panel concluded that the mRNA vaccines are safe. So it's going to be just like the pharma ads where he says, well, in effect, they can stay on the market, but we'll try to put more warning signs on everything. That's going to be the thing. So you think I'm joking? No, that's it. So he's saying they're safe. They're saying they're safe, the new panel. And by the way, that first panel got fired, but nobody went to jail. So there's no crime that had been committed, apparently, even though we know there's been crimes against humanity. We know that what they intentionally did was put vaccines on the market that had no any sort of testing that was legit. They knew this, and they put it out anyway. Faulty products that were dangerous and deadly. They willingly put, those are crimes. To do that willingly and high five about it, which they did, that's why they got fired. Apparently, that's why they got fired. But nobody is facing any criminal charges. So the new panel comes in. We told you guys one of them we knew for sure was already linked as a venture capitalist in a number of pharma companies that were independent of the the big ones, right? The Modernas and the Pfizers. And so this company that was an investing firm put money into these other independent pharma companies that want a piece of the action. They want a piece of the action. So they're not representing Moderna or Pfizer, but they're representing these other pharma companies that want to get in on the scam. And so wouldn't that be a conflict of interest? Of course it's a conflict of interest. You're going to be on an advisory board to determine whether a product is safe or not, and you've invested in the company. I don't care if it's Pfizer or if it's little tiny small ripoff Pfizer, soon to be Pfizer in 20 years. So that's who he replaced the people with. We didn't do a breakdown of all 17, but we know one of them for sure. It's a company, I believe, out of Texas, 600 billion invested, I believe, something like that. Or he personally had a couple billion. I can't remember. I don't quote me on that. We covered it on different episodes. So all that's happening. And then to top it all off, well, here is the Newsweek article. Let me grab that to show you guys how they're reporting it. And this is so hilarious because we might have put this in the real fake news update because it's so funny that a journalist outlet like Newsweek isn't telling you what we're telling you the real story. The real story is that these things should be happening and they're not. So what is happening, I told you earlier, it's the same with the pharma ads. We're going to make them a little more honest. Lie less. So lie less. That's the new plan for Maha, is lie less. Nobody held accountable going to jail. No pulling products from the market. That's not actually happening. Nothing's being pulled. Commercials still running on TV. mRNA is still on the shelves. We're just going to put a few more warning signs. So let's see how Newsweek covered the next move that they did. And I guess there are people in Maha, and like, I get it. You want to sell it. You're so anxious. And so you want to celebrate something. Give us another little win there, Kennedy. We got you to crack down on regulations on pharma commercials. So now they have to follow rules more. Okay. What's your next set of breadcrumbs? Okay, here we go. COVID vaccines, heart risk, warning update issued by FDA. Don't get this twisted. We're not getting out the champagne here. I'm letting you know this is how you keep a product on the market, but show that you care about warning labels. Okay. Warning labels. Here we go, guys. Warning label time on the thing that's being pushed in your face. Still in 2025, still being pushed in your face. The Food and Drug Administration has expanded its warnings on Pfizer and Moderna, the COVID vaccines, about the risk of 2 heart conditions. And I believe that's the myocarditis. We knew this. We knew this years ago. We knew about myocarditis and pericarditis. So they're talking about this warning to be updated. And so the FDA said in a safety communications notice issued Wednesday, and this is as designated by RFK Jr. So he's designating the FDA to put this out there. So Newsweek gets involved. They contacted Pfizer, Moderna for comment. I don't think they got the comment. Let's see here. What's next page? Okay. They did get the comment. So Pfizer and Moderna have both advised doctors about cases of myocarditis and pericarditis in young men who have taken the vaccine since 2021. Oh yeah, no, we've done the thing. We don't need this extra regulation, we did the thing. We told people, oh, by the way, you might a young, healthy, athletic boy, you might get a heart condition that you'll have to live with the rest of your short life. Yeah, they gave out some sort of warning. Okay. And so the FDA has now asked them to expand on the warnings. Okay. Well, this ongoing conversation about vaccines with RFK Jr. appointing a new vaccine advisory. So Newsweek is letting you know, we already know, he put a new advisory out there. And we covered this part too. You guys know that there were these particular warnings to certain groups, including pregnant women and I believe infants who are or young children who have any health issues. So he's issuing warnings to them, but everyone else should take it. Critics worry. Okay, here we go. Newsweek, tell us about the critics. That RFK is undermining trust in vaccines. Of course, critics are worried that by putting a warning label on a product, you're undermining the product. Oh, so he and his supporters argue that more transparency about risks of vaccines is needed. Duh. The label change seemingly conflicts with the previous conclusion published. Oh, the previous conclusion said there was no warnings, no increase of myocarditis, nothing to see here, folks. And this dates back to 2022. We have the accurate data, folks. There is nothing to see here. So, of course, this contradicts that. Duh. Okay. Here we go. Infectious disease expert Amesh Adaja, assistant professor at the Johns Hopkins University Center for Health Security, was one of several who spoke out against the new warning. Okay, tell us there, professor. Why are you so concerned about having warnings on these experimental gene therapies? Myocarditis and pericarditis were delimited side effects identified early on with mRNA COVID-19 vaccines. He told Newsweek, these small risks, which are well known, have largely diminished as they were really concentrated with the initial two. Oh, he's saying that was just the first two. You remember the first two that we forced on you? You remember those two? The ones that everybody lost their jobs on? You remember that? Those two were the only ones that we had heart problems with. Nothing after that. If you got your third one, your fourth one, your fifth one, your sixth one, your seventh one, your eighth one, your ninth one, and believe me, I'm telling you, there's people that have gotten 10. They actually exist. They're here in LA. I'll tell you, they actually exist. 10 shots, looking for number 11 and 12. He's saying, the professor at Johns Hopkins is saying, only heart problems with the first two. So now the warning label is no longer needed. Although he leaves out the part about what if you've never had one? Does the next two that you get, do those count as 1 and 2? Very bizarre. Very bizarre. What constitutes number 1 and number 2? Very strange. And you guys know how it's so bizarre about the whole when you're due for one, when was your last one? They just keep making stuff up about, oh, now is the time. Oh, you got your first, you didn't get your second, you got your third, so you should get this fourth one. Not you. You got to get your fifth. Wait, I got to get my first and second still. Well, no, just go on to third. Call that 1. You're going to go to 10. You're 9. Oh, thank you for telling us, Johns Hopkins, that 1 and 2 are the only ones that'll. Wait a minute. Am I on 1 or 2? I don't know what I'm on now. But the point is, don't put warning labels on that thing. Please don't do that. And that's how Newsweek covers this story. And to sum it up, here we go. This is the clincher. Here we go, guys. To push the label change now in the current anti-vaccine context of RFK Jr.'s HHS can only be interpreted as a way to dissuade people from the vaccines. That's the only reason. He wants to dissuade you from taking something, so that's why he wants warning. So it's the intent of that is why we are not cooperating. We don't want to cooperate if you're just trying to push your thing, even though the thing that we should be cooperating with actually would be good for people to know this stuff. We don't want to do it because we're just being, I don't know. I just feel like, that you get a point if I do that. That means you get a point. I don't want you to have a point. So we're not going to do it. Robert Morris, a public health specialist at the University of Washington, also spoke out against the new warning, arguing that while the risk of these heart conditions needs to be considered, a more specific approach should be taken. We should be investigating who is prone. Oh, you should, shouldn't you? Why aren't those Oh, we should. Oh, good idea. We should be investigating. Should we have Fauci lead that investigation? I bet he's not doing anything right now. Let's call up Fauci. He can start the investigation on who is prone to myocarditis. Spoiler alert, we already know. We've already seen the investigation. We know it's young males, young, healthy males between the ages of 10 and 20 seemingly is the most, the toughest group there. That they're going to be the most in trouble. The athletic ones at that. The more athletic males, the more prone. So we know that. That's one group. That's one demographic we know about. There are other demographics we know about. But we don't want warnings on. No, because you haven't done your investigation. No, we've been investigating this entire time. The entire time. Remember? Because we were told that's not okay. If you had a conversation on Joe Rogan, you need to be canceled. If you had a YouTube channel talking about this stuff, you needed to be canceled. How dare you look into stuff? Now you say you can look. Okay. So, and then at the end, they let people know that he dismissed all 17 members of the advisory committee. And of course, Newsweek wanted you to know that at the end of the article, because that suggests, and if you're only reading Newsweek and you're not watching our show or any of the other doctors and scientists who've come on shows like ours and on our show to talk about this and talk about the Maha movement and talk about how RFK Jr. is actually not getting anything done really at all. This would suggest that he just took a rampage through there and he's overhauling the entire system, which he's not. As we know, it's still a revolving door. 17 members out, 17 new members in. Nobody gets arrested. Nobody goes to jail. And more importantly than that, the thing is still on the shelf and it's not going anywhere. That's that. So we will end this segment because we always got to do a little random died suddenly. We're just going to do one of them today. I don't think we have time for more than one. There's plenty of them to choose from. I'm just going to choose one. And we just like to cop off this segment that we know what it's not segment with something completely unrelated. I just want to be absolutely clear. This is completely unrelated. We just wanted you to know that these random events occur. So here's one. Here's a random event, has nothing to do with what we were just talking about. This is the story. It's sad news. Sorry about the ads here. It's sad news that hit the K-pop scene this week. Shim Jae-hun, the former member of a group Fable, has passed away at the young age of 23. Korean entertainment sites Koreaboo and Alkpop reported that Jae-hun quietly passed in late June following a private fight with leukemia, which is perfectly normal for 23-year-olds to get rapid leukemia. It just happens. That's just it. So heartfelt goodbye from his bandmate. We hope you're eating well and living comfortably. Oh, I don't know what that's a reference to. Eating well and living comfortably there. Come visit me in my dreams. There he is. He had a short, memorable career. We don't really follow K-pop, but we know that he was huge in Korea, most likely. And that's that. That's that. Fans and friends mourn his loss. Leukemia, very common in 23-year-olds. Again, I just want to be absolutely clear. This has nothing to do with the thing we were just talking about. Just want to be absolutely clear. Doctors are baffled, though. They don't know what's going on. They're looking into it. It could be so many different things it could be. But there's one thing that's absolutely for sure is that we know what it's not. Okay, that should wrap up the show. We ended up going 4 hours. Oh my gosh. I told Leslie we would not, there's no way we'd go 4 hours today, but hey, it happened. It happened. So that's it for today, guys. The 4th of July, we've been doing the 4th of July coverage, all this stuff. Please just, take it for a grain of salt, or just look, we'll try to put some segments up before we take off on our trip tomorrow. But just, guys, have a good weekend. Be safe. Yeah, just stay ahead of things. We don't like playing catch up. We like being ahead. We like saying, that's the thing. That's the thing. We knew that was the thing before it happens. And that's cool. That's cool to be in front of stuff. Hopefully nothing insane happens this weekend. We hope not. We hope we can go back to work next week, and we start the second half of the year strong with you guys. 2025, we're halfway through. Thanks for everyone for being part of the journey of the first half of 2025 with us, and the time we've been doing the show, and all your guys' support. I want to give a special shout out to today's guest co-host, Kit Cabello, Hard Lens Media. Thanks for coming on, filling in for Pasta. Pasta, we love you. Get well soon. We want you to get well. That's keep positive, buddy. And we want you back with us hopefully soon. And with that said, also a little shout out, of course, Leslie coming on for talking back. Jamie Cheese Slice behind the scenes, the ones and twos. Thanks for what you do for us back there. And a little plug for what's coming next week. We do have, we'll be back with Jay Scott on Tuesday, and he's bringing on the head of the We the People party. It's a new party, not Elon's American party crap, I guess. Well, he's working on that. We actually have another third party that has been formed. It's going to be legit here in California. We actually could on several states. Jay's already informed us, and Jay's working hard to get more eyes and awareness on this party. But the head of the party, it's called We the People, third party, will be on with us. We'll have the discussion. We're going to answer your guys' questions on that. That'll be Tuesday. The following Tuesday, we have none other than Dr. Mary Tally Bowden, finally booked officially on the show. That'll be the following Tuesday. And of course, we'll have some more announcements and surprises for you guys throughout the time between now and then, and other appearances on other shows and other conversations with other people. And we'll have other guests on as well on our Thursday show. So thanks you guys for everything. And we will leave you with, and I should upload this before I say bye. This is our outro. What are we doing today? Oh, we were supposed to talk to you. We're not going to do this now, but just we'll have the conversation. It's an ongoing conversation. The question was put out. It was stated on Tuesday's show. How do we debate with a Zionist? It's hard. We're learning. I had one on this last Sunday. I'll talk to you more about this on next Tuesday, but this is an ongoing discussion. We need to learn tips from each other. One thing I need to learn is how to bring it down and let the person talk themselves foot in their mouth on their own. I think we can figure out different techniques. How do we debate with Zionists? Sometimes you got to bring it down to a personal level and just be chill and say what you have to say. Say your piece. No, you might get attacked, but just let out what you need to let out and represent humanity always. Truth, justice, power to the people. We'll leave you with an outro where I think there's one approach on Piers Morgan. Even though he pretends to side with the Palestinians, he's still a Zionist at heart. He'll never tell you a genocide is happening in Palestine. But his guest, we saw spelled it out for him in a very calm way. And I think it's important when audiences can hear that, how you talk, how you debate a Zionist. So enjoy that on that way out. We'll put up a few more comments. Remember, when you guys go out at the world, always go out with courage, with conviction, and above all else, principle. That's it for today. Free Palestine and power to the people. We'll see you next time. Have a great weekend. We're out.
You can't have an army that's on trial for genocide to be also the one that controls access to food.
Do you believe the IDF are deliberately killing civilians? Because they always say we're deliberately killing Hamas and civilians are dying in the process of us going after Hamas. What do you say to that?
Well, I'd say that they killed their own hostages when they were waving white flags. They have bombed hospitals with people inside them. They left babies in incubators to rot to death. When they executed those 15 paramedics, I was in Gaza then, when they executed 15 paramedics and buried them alive.
And lied about it.
I was there when I would have children coming in with explosive injuries and they would have bread in their hand. They were eating. and they targeted them when they were eating. I would pick up children as young as 2 years old that had been shot in the head by snipers multiple times. When they talk about saying that they're only going after Hamas, you said it yourself. They've openly talked about ethnically cleansing the whole of Gaza. They're actively expanding settlements in the West Bank.
They say Hamas are in all the hospitals.
I've worked in all the hospitals. It'd be a very stupid thing to have a military base in the hospital. One, it's open access policy. Everyone can walk in and out of the hospital. Also, the hospital is full of injured women and children. The hospital is full of media. And also, the hospital is a base where all the international aid workers are. And, you know, my concern when I go to Gaza is the children in Gaza. That's my concern. I don't want, you know, there be any military operations out of there because it puts children in danger. But, you know, I've not heard of a doctor that's come out and said that they've actively seen fighting or rockets being fired out of a hospital.